Pay homage to the streamer's salty snack of choice, and the capo who's brave enough to defend their honor. Sit back and listen for a while, friends. You're in for one hell of a salty surprise. Sometimes streaming requires a meal, but the chat won't let you enjoy your snack. Unrelenting in that mockery, you fire back with words of wisdom and attack. Shut up! Let me munch my nuts. Shut up! Let me munch my nuts. Shut up! Let me munch my nuts. Yeah! Sodium's getting high, and vitamin B12. You're getting nourishment from the nuts variety that you delve. You may think of dirty jokes, all your 69 tropes, but Capo continues lunch. He continues to munch. You didn't turn your back on them, although they're making your mouth dry. You'll never go hungry again until your death counts 60 high. Shut up! Let me munch my nuts. Shut up! Let me munch my nuts. Shut up! Let me munch my nuts.
Damn you, rotating cube!
Shut up! Let me munch my nuts. 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 Shut up! Let me munch my nuts.
Yeah! That was a fucking jam!
Today, we pay homage to the streamer's salty snack of choice, and the capo who's brave enough to defend their honor. Sit back and listen for a while, friends. You're in for one hell of a salty surprise. Sometimes streaming requires a meal, but the chat won't let you enjoy your snack. Unrelenting in that mockery, you fire back with words of wisdom and attack. Shut up! Let me munch my nuts. Shut up! Let me munch my nuts. Shut up! Let me munch my nuts. Yeah! Sodium's getting high, and vitamin B12. You're getting nourishment from the nuts variety that you delve. You may think of dirty jokes, all your 69 tropes, but Capo continues lunch. He continues to munch. You didn't turn your back on them, although they're making your mouth dry. You'll never go hungry again until your death counts 60 high. Shut up! Let me me munch my nuts. Shut up. Let me munch my nuts. Shut up. Let me munch my nuts.
Damn your rotating cube! Ah!
Shut up. Let me munch my nuts. 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 Shut up. Let me munch my nuts.
Yeah! That was a fucking jam!
Today, we pay homage to the streamer's salty snack of choice, and the capo who's brave enough to defend their honor. Sit back and listen for a while, friends. You're in for one hell of a salty surprise. Sometimes streaming requires a meal, but the chat won't let you enjoy your snack. Unrelenting in that mockery, you fire back with words of wisdom and attack. Shut up! Let me munch my nuts. Shut up! Let me munch my nuts. Shut up! Let me munch my nuts. Yeah! Sodium's getting high, and vitamin B12. You're getting nourishment from the nuts variety that you delve. You may think of dirty jokes, all your 69 tropes. But Capo continues lunch, he continues to munch. You didn't turn your back on them, although they're making your mouth dry. You'll never go hungry again until you're...
Too late, it's happening. We're live. We've gone live. Our faces are on the internet.
Hi.
Not again.
A little behind schedule. Maybe that was the plan. Who knows?
Zoom in so you can see the tears.
We will be running today's session with 6 players initially, and hopefully we'll see a very happy Cactus showing up to join us in the first hour or so. But he's given me a rundown of the things he would like to do based on my plans. So we'll see how that pans out. And I'm playing some lovely birdsong over Sirenscape for the town of Fontaine right now, just so you guys aren't too freaked out. So, hey everybody watching, we've been getting ready for tonight's thrilling conclusion to the quest Hadley's Hope within the Ebon Death Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition homebrew campaign. I am your Dungeon Master, as always, and with me we have our usual party of Corporeus, the Monklock. We have M, the Rogue. Fanny Boss, the Dwarven Drinker, sometimes fighter. We have Gershaw, the Monk Barb, or Bad Advisor, as Cactus told me I should introduce him.
What do you mean?
we all know what I mean.
Hit me out.
We have our new and freshly traumatized resident bard, Oscar. And cantankerous barbarian half-orc, Solgra. And last we left our party, they were all trapped, by choice, in a tavern in Fontaine. After spending a day searching through Fontaine, this small town, just to the east, west of Little Angor, you guys have been sent to find out what on earth was going on with these shipments. Why weren't these shipments being delivered to Little Angor? Should have been a simple quest, right? And as you guys arrived and searched around, eventually stumbling upon this poor little child, Rebecca, you made your way to the tavern, and throughout the course of the night heard various terrifying noises and sounds. And at some point, through various checks and looking out across the town through the small slats in the reinforced windows of the tavern, it was M who first realized that you had run into these creatures before. The Riss Slayers, which you had formerly fought just one of them in the catacombs just outside of Great Stumpleton. And towards the end of that particularly terrifying night, I believe Oscar cast Tiny Hut, ensuring that you would be safe for at least 8 hours, so you were able to get some sleep or rest a little bit if you are not one of the sleepy type peoples. So we begin our session today with the dawn of the following morning, and our party figuratively and possibly literally cacking their pants.
What's that smell?
Isn't that you?
No.
Blame it on the half-elf, it's fine.
Kevlan?
Kevlan shudders in the corner of Tiny Hut and looks shamefully back at the party. It's not me!
I was gonna say, has he actually shit himself?
No. But he does look as if he's one loud noise away.
Grabs a napkin and just hands it to him, just like, you know.
He takes it from you
Just in case.
and pockets it. He's a little calmer now that you guys have been in Tiny Hut for a while, and he's aware enough of the spell to know that he's kind of safe for now.
Okay, so how's everyone doing?
Right.
No.
You're all doing fine, right?
Yeah.
In character, probably doing great. Out of character, I've got fucking heart palpitations.
Yeah. Hashtag relatable. Right. Well, let's figure out something to do. What
Alright, well,
time is it, roughly?
Looking out of the tiny hut and into the tavern, you can see the sun has begun to rise, and it's beginning to pour through the slats in the reinforced windows on the ground floor where you're all huddled. So you can tell that it's just past dawn at this point, so it's very early in the morning.
So we were left with a dilemma. A moral choice of sorts. Either we yeet the church and everything within it, or we attempt to do something else. Perhaps rescue people, perhaps scout out, perhaps something else still. Yes.
There's some notes, right? Sharid found some notes in the tavern. Do we have like a list of people, customers, and would it be possible to find out if there's something like a doctor in Fontaine?
The ledger that had the names didn't really give anything past their names and how much they might have spent or currently owe at the tavern. So as far as their professions go, you wouldn't be able to gather that from the ledger.
well,
So we have to break in the houses and see if there's like a doctor clinic, so that we know if there's someone that at least can help us.
there's a couple of problems that we have about that as well. We could find somebody who's a doctor, but they might not be able to move or do things. So that's another thing which we've got to face. But I still think it's worth going in regardless of our choice of whether we choose to try and save anybody or whether we choose to burn it all down. Because what if there is any underground passages or anything like that where we burn down the church and then there's still things there? You know, so like the upper structure's gone, but then everything else underneath it still remains intact. Which could be pretty bad if we just sort of literally let everything out and, you know, force them out of their hole, as such. Because just because they like coming out at night doesn't mean that they can't. You know, that they can't come out in the day. They might be able to. We don't know. We've
Well, that
only
begs the
encountered
question.
places.
That begs the question: are we just gonna walk in the main door, even
It
if
is
we're
open.
stealthy?
I've got a hammer if it's not.
I don't think it's going to make any noise around. How many did you see, Em?
At least 5 or 6. At least.
Yeah, I don't fancy our chances with a one-on-one type deal, to be honest. I don't know. I know I've not done a lot in our adventures recently, so you know maybe it's just me, but I'm not feeling confident of fighting a wrestler by myself, to be honest.
No, that's more than fair.
How many people can Sharid get with that invisibility thing? Like the gas, which is not invisible. But
Sharid lets you know that it's only possible for him to cast this on himself and one other person.
thank you, Sharid. Always here.
Sharid offers the entire party a good berry each.
Aww.
Blessed.
Thank you for
Feel
sharing.
better already.
I also have an invisibility potion.
Wait, you do?
I
You do.
I do. I didn't steal it. The lady gave it to me.
I had forgotten about that, but you do.
I do have one. Yes.
Well, the best people with stealth in our party are you and Usharid, like as far as I'm aware.
Sounds about right.
And I don't know, I'm happy to go in there, but at the same time, I don't want to cause a burden to people who are going in there. I don't know whether we should go in as a party, in case something does go down, but we might want to have some forward scouts in certain areas who actually are stealthy, because if
Yeah, the rest-
we all make noise, it's not going to go down too great.
The rest
Yeah.
of us can stay nearby, though. Keep some distance, but be on the ready, as it were.
It's at
On
this point that
standby, just in
Sharid
case.
does interrupt you guys to voice his opinion that you should do some recon.
Yeah. I think that's a good move.
The church or the village in general?
The church. Through the ceiling of the church via gaseous form. Is what I have here from Cactus as far as his plans went. that is what Sharid would like to do.
Imagine if it's that in his audition. The ceiling.
The ceiling! I said the ceiling!
Why would we want to be closer to where they seem to hang out in secret, though?
Well, let's have a little think about this. So, we're on a time limit. We know the gestation period is like 5 days minimum. A little bit longer sometimes, but I mean, we've got some scary things going on, and you know, if there's 40 odd villagers and we've got to deal with 40 wrist slayers, that's not going to be a good move.
What happened?
You know, we're going to need a freaking army to deal with that. And even then, we might be pushing it. So, I think I agree with them that we should scout the village and look and see whether there is a doctor in the area, so that we can prepare what we're going to do. But I think we should spend max an hour, 2 hours doing that, so it's still daytime, so that when we do the recon, we're not getting jumped, attacked, or surprised by any wrist slayers that decide to go out on the prowl. So that's my suggestion, I guess. I don't know what everyone else feels about it, but I feel like it covers a lot of the bases and what people want to do.
Well, if some people are reconning gaseous form, they would be quasi undetectable. I say with hope in my voice. But that would mean that we could do that and reconning the village for a medicine man at the same time.
Sharid tells you that gaseous form does not make you undetectable.
Oh.
it also doesn't stop you from being hurt.
And even if we manage to get in gas form, we wouldn't be able to communicate with the people, so they had no fucking clue about what's going on. They're gonna see like this clouds of things vibing in the church, and they'd be really scared.
Just
I
vibing
think
through a
they're more
ceiling.
scared I think they're more scared about the giant creatures that have literally,
Yeah.
some things that burrowed into their skin, and then giant creatures that are prowling around, protecting them for the purpose of them dying.
Yeah, but they wouldn't think of us as being helping them. I mean, they're just gonna be confused.
Yeah.
We won't be able to tell them we want to help them. Unless we
Without-
decide we don't want to help them, because then we can't say we want to help you and then burn them alive. That would be
without
nice.
being callous about it. The recon is for us, not for them. We need to decide about how we're going to deal with it. What exits, what entrances, how long is there an underground section which we need to go into to find these people? The recon, I think they don't really care about being reassured at this point, because their death is kind of assured. If we can find a way to save them, then that's just a bonus for them. But at this point, it's kind of like, how are we going to deal with this? That's how I see it, So I think if you're going to go in gaseous form, it doesn't matter whether people see you or not, and if they freak out or not. If they see you and freak out, then get out of there, so that if any noise is made, then no risk slayers come to that location and find you. Because if they speak in a hive mind, if one of them finds you, they all find you. We've got to be really careful about that.
So, while the party are discussing their various potential plans, Kevlan decides to sidle up to Oscar and lean in, and he says, a little more confident than he has been in the last few hours, and asks her, "Why aren't we leaving?"
Reply, because these are the only people that I know, and I'll just be totally alone if I leave, and I don't think I can deal with that, and I want to be around these people, and I trust them.
He looks at you confused. You want to actively be around these sociopaths?
Yes.
Gives Kevlin the stink eye.
You can't hear Kevlan. You're too busy planning your recon mission.
I sense bullshittery.
I have a passive perception of 17, just in case we need to roll for hearing Kevlan.
So you guys are all distracted with your battle plans, and he's whispering with Oscar very closely. He's like, I don't know why we aren't just getting the hell out of here.
You can get out of here if you want.
He thinks for a moment and says, "Well, yeah, I guess I could. Couldn't
Why
I?"
aren't you getting out of here?
And he looks at you, he's like, "I don't know." And he starts to make for the door of the tavern.
I grab Kevlan, I say, no fucking way. You're sticking with us.
And he looks very, very seriously. He says, "And why should I? It sounds like you're all marching to your deaths."
Yeah, it does sound like that. It's at this point that I wish that I had something useful to say to Kevlan. But the truth is, I'm also scared. And yeah.
So the amount of commotion that's slowly been rising with Keplan making his way to the door and you stopping him, that's drawn the attention now of the rest of the party. If anyone wants to jump into this conversation with Keplan.
So, what's going on, Kevlan?
You raised your hand. What are you wanting to do?
Can I speak in Elven with Kevlan for a second?
You can most certainly speak in Elven.
Okay, be like, look, this is a bit of a tricky situation. We're not enjoying this. But if you say that you're such a strong and powerful sorcerer, I mean, you could help us save ton of lives today. And when you go back to Darthor or wherever you come from, people will sing about you for ages. And they will be saying, hey, do you remember Kevlan, the half-elf with the mullet, who bloody saved a whole continent from the Ebon death and the Riss and stuff? And you'll be welcomed as a hero on your way back.
Roll persuasion. Roll persuasion with advantage.
Ooh.
It begins.
Persuasion. Oh, I wish I went with intimidation now.
So while Em's rolling that, Gershel will have noted that you started saying something to Kevlan, but were interrupted by Elvish, and you don't know what's going on.
No, I don't.
No, you can't understand the language. So what was that roll? I need to
10, twice.
10 twice. Okay, that's actually enough to pass. So So Kevlan, he stares at you for a moment, sort of jaw-dropped, gobsmacked, doesn't know how to respond. You sense you might have gotten through to him a certain amount at least, but he still looks as if he could bolt at any moment. And he looks at you and continues to speak to you in Elvish, and says, "Look at the fools you're surrounding yourself with. I have no doubt you're strong, not slightly at all, but what kind of creature completely destroys a village overnight? We've seen no one but this little girl, and you're telling me you want to go fight the things that did this?"
But actually, we're trying to find a way to work around the fact that we don't want to fight them.
He says, "Then leave! I want to leave!"
But the people are gonna die, Kevlan. Oh my god.
Look, I don't know what the hell's going on between you guys. Alright. But here's the ultimate logic bomb for you, Kevlan. You seem like a smart guy. Much smarter than me.
So before you start saying this, you're essentially looking at a half-elf and an Eladrin arguing while a wood elf stands between them, all speaking in Elvish between each other, and the rest of the party just looking on it in confusion.
Exactly.
Lots of hand gesturing.
That's how we do it.
Here's one for you. You seem to want to leave, which I get, right? I get that.
Do you?
But yeah, because you're going for the door and stuff. It seems like you want to leave. But the thing is that you're trying to run away from this issue, and believe it or not, I think we all want to, because we've actually fought one of these things, and we lived barely. So to fight multiple of them is a bit like, why would we want to do that? Well, there's a potential that instead of 5 or 6 of them, there'll be 40 of them in 2 days. And after that, they can go to another village and do the same thing to that one. And then that one, and then that one. Then this entire continent could be covered with these creatures. And let's say they do swim. How the hell are we going to fight hundreds of thousands of these things? We're not going to be able to do that. So we need to kind of,
At your description of the hundreds and thousands of these things, Kevlan seems to have gone into a state of shell shock. And he's gone very pale, and he was already pale to begin with, but he's nearly sheet white at this point.
Now you get it. So we either deal with it now, when there's a small amount of them, or we go back home, we pretend like none of this has ever happened, and then we open our doors one day to find everything gone. Up to you, my dude.
Okay, so as you say that, let me just flick over to Fannyboss, Solgra, and Caporius, who have been stood sort of just off behind Gershaw. And while this debate's been going on, Rebecca has been tugging at Solgra's arm to try and get her attention.
What is it?
And she looks up at you and clearly doing much better than Kevlan in the courage department. Says, are you going to fight them?
I don't know yet. I believe that there are people in this party who are more smart than I am. But my main...
When you say that,
objective
when you say smarter than you are, she looks at Fanny Boss and Corporius and then looks back at you and raises an eyebrow.
Not the dwarf. And definitely not the human.
And she nods.
But my main priority is to get you to safety. So, regardless of what happens, you will be safe.
Okay, and what have you been doing this entire time, Fanny Boss?
Good question.
I'll come back to you in a moment. Corporius,
Yeah,
what have you
yes,
been
yeah,
doing
yeah.
this entire time while...
I think the only apt description at this point would be fidgeting. Just dying with nerve. Waiting for the elvish to stop so we can actually continue, planning our whatever this is.
Okay, so
Just fidgeting with my ring.
It's a nice ring.
So while you guys have
Thank you.
been dealing with Kevlan and speaking with Rebecca, you can hear from a distance coming towards the village. That's not a very loud sound, unfortunately. Can you all hear that?
Very barely.
Let me try a different one.
I don't trust it.
That's quite loud. Yeah.
So heading closer and closer till eventually it stops. Somewhere in the middle of town, you hear the distinct sound of marching footsteps. And it causes Sharid, Kevlan, and Rebecca all to sort of turn in the general direction of town with a confused look on their face. None of them seem to be able to provide answers for what you've just heard. But you hear distant murmurs, talking and shouting, all from very strong-sounding humanoid voices in a language that you can't quite discern at this distance. It's still just a mumble.
Would I be able to see them if I go back upstairs at the window that had like a...
You could go back upstairs and find out.
Can I do that?
Yep.
Okay, I go.
Okay, so you look out through the slits in the reinforced windows, and you can't see entirely what's going on. Whatever activities happen is obscured by other buildings, especially from your vantage point. But you do see, at various points, one, maybe two figures, humanoid figures, walk back and forth just into your range of view, and then back towards wherever the commotion's coming from. And you get the general sense at this distance that it looks like some kind of soldier.
Okay, I go back downstairs then. Guys, we have company. Might be good company. I don't know. There seems like there's some soldiers in town.
Okay.
Is that recognized?
That could be good. That could be really good.
I
Um,
was hoping to see Yarn, but no, I only saw like a couple, and they were dressed like soldiers. I couldn't see if they had any like I don't know the name in English. Sorry, we have different names in the Fae. Things for towns, or what's the word? Like
They got,
sigil.
you couldn't see any identifying insignias or tabards or anything.
okay.
but they seem humanoids, and I could only see a few of them, but there's definitely a bunch.
We should go talk to them before they storm the cathedral and we just sit here
They sound very disciplined and like they came here with a plan.
I think they're here.
So you can hear from the middle of town. It sounds as if from a distance. The sounds of splintering wood and a large thud, and then another one and another one. And you can still hear the murmurs and the shouts from the center of town. It doesn't sound panicked. It sounds uniform and organized.
I think we should move, like now.
Yeah.
Should go and tell them to
Just-
be quiet.
Just before we go, do any of you guys have an arrest warrant?
No? As far as I'm
Cool.
aware.
Oh, like on us.
Yes.
I mean,
Not
yeah,
quite an arrest warrant.
now and then, but hey, I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of.
Let's go.
I shall wear my hood when we go outside, just in case.
Okay.
So what do you?
Let's go outside. Let's open up our door and actually go see them before they, unleash the beast, as it were.
Unleash the beast.
Unleash the beasts, plural.
Oh boy.
So you hear the sounds of organized footsteps now running down the street or jogging maybe in your general direction towards the tavern, and from the building next door you hear the very loud thud and kick and splintering of wood as what is now clearly the sounds of someone kicking a door in.
No subtlety.
I'm gonna go straight over to the.
Before, what are you doing? Sorry.
I was suggesting someone to tell them to shut up.
Is our door still barred up from the inside?
Yes. You hear the sounds through the walls of the tavern after the door kicked in, very faintly as it's having to travel through at least two sets of walls to reach your ears. But the sound of a male yelling back to some unknown third party just yells, "None here!"
Can I go out to the door? Like towards the inside, I suppose, of the door.
Okay, so you guys have barricaded everything inside this tavern, so it might take you a little bit of time and possibly some noise to unbar the front door anyway.
Well, they sound like they're close, right?
Yeah, the next building across from you, so just to the north.
Yeah, I knocked the door.
You knock the door.
I knocked the door from the inside.
Alright,
See
so
if we can get their attention.
it appears you've most certainly got the attention of somebody, and you hear several pairs of heavy boots running towards the front door of the tavern, and you see eyes poking through the slits from the other side, looking in. It doesn't look like they can see very well into the tavern, as it's now much brighter outside, and there's not a lot of light pouring into the tavern itself. But you hear one of them shout as he turns away from the door. It's like, "We got livens!"
Can I see anything about them other than the eyes poking through?
You can tell from the eyes, from like this much of the face, really, that they're either human or elvish or half elf, something of that caliber. They have those kinds of features.
Okay. I say we're in here. We're barricaded from the inside, though, so give us some time, maybe to take it off again.
And
Please be quiet. Please.
one shouts back into you, says, "Hold on, we'll have you out in a second," and step back, and they begin to ram the door. And 3 loud thuds.
Fuck's sake.
And that's a lot of noise.
It is a lot of noise. I'd say once again, could you please hang on and be quiet so we can there's fucking beasts in, excuse me, there's frapping beasts in the cathedral, and we don't want them to come out during the day. Like
He says, no worries. We know what we're doing. Just make sure you step back. Again, thud with the battering ram on the door, and as he slowly begins to give, you can see that your barricades are nearly through.
Oh, you've done it now, you absolute
Fuck's sake.
can we go back in our little house and stay another day?
Bye.
Um,
Have fun.
Hey, did you hear that noise, guys?
He's like, they're on it. It's again, step back,
Yeah, no,
and
it's not that they're on it. Stop making fucking noise.
you hear in the distance the sounds of many heavy boots running away from your location, but still hitting hard stone. You believe from what you saw of the town the night before that they are now ascending the stone stairs towards the church. The two still hitting the door of the tavern with the battering ram continue their job as they slam a few more times to weaken. Oh,
Why?
oh, well, hello.
If
I need to bear with me. I change the screen across. He was here the entire time, guys.
Hi.
One second, my camera's broken. Hi.
Hello.
Hey, my dude.
Hello.
I thought I roleplayed you very well while you were unavailable.
We all got a berry. It was happy times.
Very good.
If I cast an Eldritch Blast onto the door, could I knock the door out without as much noise?
What kind of damage is Eldritch Blast?
1d10.
Of what
Force
kind?
damage.
Force damage.
Force damage.
Yeah, you could probably blow the door out from the inside using an Eldritch Blast.
You might want to tell them about it.
Yeah, I say, lads, stand back, and we're gonna start from this side now, and give him like 2 seconds, and then.
You don't hear them
Eldritch
move back,
Blast.
but you do hear them stop using the battering ram, and you just hear one on the other side go, "What?"
Oh god.
Say once more, get out of the way.
You can tell from the shadows on the other side of the barricade that they have now moved out of the way, and their body language to you on the other side appears to be very confused.
I Eldritch Blast the door.
The doors explode from the inside of the tavern outwards, sending them rocketing off of the hinges and across the way into the other house block that's across from the tavern. One of the doors wedging through the actual wall of the other house itself, and sort of like sticking up and out. They
That's what that does.
both of the, as you can now tell, human males sort of lean in through the door and just go, "What?"
Hi.
Tell your guys to fall back. You should not be doing a full force assault on that cathedral because you will not win.
He's one of them. He looks older than the other, and he's got a bit of a bushy beard with a few strands of white in it. For his, he's looking a bit older, bit more rotund as well. He steps in and goes, "Don't you worry. We got our lads. We know what we're doing. Older. Run orders. We know what's going on, more or less."
I say, damn it, you have no idea what is going on. And walk past him towards the cathedral to see what is actually going on out there.
Okay, and what are the rest of you doing? Solgra?
I want to turn to Rebecca, and I want to ask her if there are any tunnels that will get her to safety in the tavern, so she doesn't have to travel across.
She looks at you and shrugs. I don't know. I haven't been in the tavern very much, and she starts to like look around frantically, trying to see if she can see anything to use as a means of transporting between this particular structure and others. She does tell you that I only really knew my home that well.
Right. Your home's on the way to the cathedral, isn't it?
The building where you found Rebecca is more north than where the steps begin. so it would be out of your way. Kevlan looks at you and looks at the situation, and he says, I'll stay. I'll stay right here. I'll look after her if it means I don't have to go into there.
We may need your help.
And I may not be able to do anything.
How powerful are you?
He looks at you, kind of shrugs, and says,
Bruh.
When you were in the zone of truth one time, you said you were a great mage, and
He snaps
That's
back without thinking. I
indisputable.
am a great mage,
well, then you can help us.
but it's scary.
It's okay. You can hold Bucky's hand.
He doesn't. The bucket doesn't have hands.
It has handles.
And you've
didn't
perplexed him for a little while now as he thinks that over. It's like,
You come in with us whether you like it or not.
he says, I want to state right now, I don't. I really don't like this.
Cool. Noted.
Neither do we.
I'm gonna try and chat to the elder of the two soldiers that are just standing in the doorway at this current point in time.
Yeah, they're kind of looking in at you, and you can see them sort of whispering back and forth to each other, still occasionally looking into the tavern at the assembled party, then looking back at each other. Lots of raised eyebrows and like weird gesturing from the two of them as they attempt to figure out what they're looking at.
Yeah. Right, guys. Which one of you is more senior here, in terms of position?
And the older one says, "Well, we don't really. We're the same rank organizationally, but." Then the younger one looks at him and says, you, just you." And so the other one goes, oh, "Fine. Next time you though." And he goes, "Yeah, okay." And so the older one looks at you and goes, "I guess that'd be me then."
Okay. Do you know what's going on? Like, can you tell us your orders, or can you bring us to the person who's in charge of the operation?
And he raises an eyebrow at his colleague, and the younger one shakes his head. And looks back and goes, I don't think I can tell you that. And both look, to be quite honest, and this might be overstepping my authority, but we've never really found anybody alive in these situations, so this is a new one. Says I can.
Okay,
I'll take you back to boss, I guess.
Yeah. How far out is the boss?
Boss is in town, center of
Oh,
village.
okay. Yeah. That's Well, unless anyone else has anything to say, I think that's what we should do. We should find out what's going on.
So what do you mean you never find out anyone alive in these situations? You've seen more.
As you say that, the younger one clips older one right back at Ed and says, "You shouldn't have said no." And he says, I can't. No, I think I've said too much. Just talk, boss man. I'm sure he'll probably let you know what's going on. Maybe, I don't know.
And have you say you guys have been the same rank, right? How many of these orders have you received before? How many missions have you been on?
And the younger one looks at the older one and says, "Well, they have changed a bit, haven't they?" And goes, "Yeah. They're definitely different to what they used to be. weren't always about them big scaly buggers. No, it used to be dragons, didn't it? Yeah. And they get talking, and they look at you and says, "Oh well, he's been," and points at older one. He's been with company about 25 years." And older one looks at younger one and goes, "And he's been probably with us about 10."
All right. Can I do like a perception check about how strong they are in any way, shape, or form?
They look like they could handle themselves, but they don't look like rugged adventurers of legend. They are a far sight away from what you've seen and experienced with someone like Jorn already.
Yeah, and John struggled against one of those things. So, yeah. Does anyone else want to ask anything before we head to the boss man, or does anyone else want to do anything else? Maybe a different suggestion.
I feel like we should try to find out the truth from these two instead of like someone else who's in charge. But we need to do it quickly because we don't have time.
Yeah.
Can I cast Zone of Truth?
Yeah, you could cast Zone of Truth. That's what Zone of Truth is for.
That is what Zone of Truth is for. I'm gonna do that.
Can I move out the zone of truth in the meantime?
Zone of Truth is wherever Oscar casts it. How big is Zone of Truth?
I am going to find out. Sorry.
No worries.
Sorry. We're getting there.
I should probably learn everyone's spells. But now I have to learn spells that people have. I didn't have to do that before.
It is 60 feet.
So 60 feet is going to pretty much cover the majority of the area of the tavern and just outside of it that you guys are stood in. So
Let's hope they don't ask us questions.
everyone is going to be stuck with Zone of Truth for a while. So are you casting that now?
What do we think? Yeah?
Yeah, I think that's the only way.
I think so.
Get things, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that.
Unless we want to torture them, but I'd rather not. For now.
You don't have
Okay.
to say anything, just, you know, just so you know.
So Zone of Truth, let me have a quick look at this. I know I looked at it before once already.
Yeah, that's what like the specifics. So, as in, like, obviously, if we ask them a question, anything they say which isn't the answer or the correct answer, they have to say, or
Okay, so it has verbal and semantic components.
I'm not sure, actually.
So you do a little flourish, but try and make it as subtle as you can as you speak the magical words, and forming in a 60-foot, 6-foot range. It's a 15-foot sphere, so it's within 15 feet around you now. As you cast it below, everything within 15 feet of you is now in the Zone of Truth. And some creatures may or may not realize this. I'm going to assume that our dudes here don't know that they're currently stood in a Zone of Truth.
They can't deliberately lie.
No.
So,
No.
if their version of facts is skewed, like genuinely skewed, then we'll still get the wrong information.
okay. So there's no way you can tell us what's going on.
And the older one looks at you and says, I just said that. I'll probably get in trouble for what I've said already.
Yeah. What kind of situations do you specialize in then, if you don't mind me asking? If you can't tell me about what you're doing specifically.
He says, oh, odds, ends, doing this, doing that, whatever we need to be doing at minute, it changes on a regular basis. And as he says that, younger one clips him right head again and says, what are you doing? You want him to know that we've seen what happened at Catacombs? And he just sort of goes,
You saw some catacombs.
And he looks at you, starts shaking his head and goes, yes.
Where to?
And he just stops talking entirely, and he sort of looks at the party, and then looks at his older colleague and says, they're using that truth thingy that, Boss Man used that one time. He said, oh, bugger.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. You go.
Was the catacombs you seen by any chance near Lake Angor and Great Stumpleton?
And the older one, unable to stop himself from speaking, says, I might have seen one near... I've seen a lot of catacombs everywhere. Yeah, lots of catacombs. I've been to many.
Was that by any chance one of them?
And he, again, tries to shake his head for no and says, yes! And then the young one clips him again around tab again and says, shut up!
Right. How many days ago was this?
And they both look at you, not saying anything, remaining silent, and they start to step back a bit.
No. Look. What if we told you we could help you with this? Because I don't know whether you know what you're actually dealing with.
And both of them say nothing. And then just scowl a little bit at you. And the younger one says, I'm not right pleased about this magic situation that you're pulling on us.
Well, you know, it's a two-way street. You can ask us whatever you like as well. Information trade.
And he looks directly at you and says, go on then, who are you?
I am the phallic barbarian.
You can't knowingly lie. You're in the zone of truth.
He believes he is the phallic barbarian.
Gershaw's way of life is skewed. It changed forever in that back alley.
They are both a mixture of perplexed and horrified. And the younger one says to you, I'm sorry. Come again?
People call me Gershaw.
Right. And they both sort of look at each other, more horrified and possibly a tinge of disgust in there as well. It's like, I don't get paid enough for this. Like, nah, neither do me.
But we're not getting paid for this, so do you mind letting us know what's going on?
He says, if you just want to go talk to Boss, I'm sure Boss will give you some spin story, something like that. And again, he receives a clip round back at Ed for talk. He's like, just stop talking. Yes, Ed?
Can we ask them where they're from and who the boss is?
I mean, you can ask.
Hello. So, where exactly did you come from to come here?
Startled by your sudden hello, as they hadn't really seen much of you or got much of a read on you at all as the rogue that you are, the bigger one jumps and like, oh Jesus, and looks down at you and says, say that again.
Where did you start your journey to come here today?
He says, Great Stumpleton.
Great Stumpleton. Who's your boss again?
And before he has a chance to say anything, again, the younger just clouts him round back at Ed and says, don't you say a word.
Oh, well, I mean, you know, can't be that great if...
Do we have the pins?
The pins?
I mean,
We do.
Oh, yeah, you
we're
do have the
wearing
pins, yeah.
Do we have them pinned on, though?
No.
Mine's in my
I had
pocket.
it pinned on it.
I'm pretty sure everyone has told me at some point over the last week that none of you are actually wearing it anywhere visible.
Oh.
What are we wearing in them?
Pockets.
Pockets,
Okay.
inside jackets or robes and the such. Just,
Okay.
just not visible.
Okay.
Can I intimidate them?
Sorry, what was that?
I'm going to intimidate them, see if we can get in to know them.
How are you going to intimidate him?
I'm like, Shaggers, listen. If you don't tell us what's going on, you'll have no hands left.
And they both look at each other for a moment and consider your words. So go ahead and roll intimidation for me.
Nine.
Well, you clearly come across as intimidating in general. Whatever information you want them to give up as of right now, they are far more intimidated by whomever might punish them for telling you.
Yeah. Right.
So the younger one, again, looks at the older one and says, this is far and above beyond my pay grade. Can we just go back to boss? And older one looks at the younger one and says, we've never found anyone alive before. There's no reason that we can't just say they were dead. And the younger one goes, fair. And so they both turn and begin to like
Hold
sort of
up.
sidle away from you as if they're making to run back to town.
No,
Wait a minute.
You're taking us to your boss, man. And we are very alive. Unless that's a threat of some sort.
Before we leave, this zone of truth works both ways, so maybe we can tell you something convincing. So these things that are in the church have grubs that will crawl into an unconscious body, eat their way out from the inside, grow into a gigantic, powerful, acid-blooded demon, which is nearly unkillable for normal people. And there's 40 people in the church, which very likely have those eggs inside of them, which are about to hatch in the next day, that are going to come and obliterate everything around. If you still want to leave, feel free.
As you finish speaking, it's the younger one this time that makes a slip up and says, "Oh, I didn't know there were 40 on them." And older one claps him round back at you.
So you're aware of what these things are?
And they both remain completely quiet and make no attempts to respond to you in the positive or the negative.
We don't have time for this shit. Can
Nah.
we please just get them to take us to their friggin' commander or whatever?
Yeah.
Can I roll to intimidate?
How do you want to intimidate?
Okay, I'm going to use Druidcraft to triple my voice, summon a chill touch right in front of their face, and then another Druid touch over my own self. I'm going to abuse some necromancy perks really quickly.
So what does this look like to them as you do it?
Oops. How do I do this? You are about to cause a catastrophe, and if you want to continue on with this, fair enough. But you see this ghastly hand in front of your face. It is not merely for show. I am willing to destroy you and bring your animated, zombified body back to your boss if you don't let us go and talk to him.
There's no roll for that. That gets you a nat 20 on intimidation. I'm just house ruling that. There's no reason to make you. There's no way that if you fail that check, that can work. Now you have definitely passed that. So yeah, you intimidate the absolute crap out of them. They are terrified.
All right, who wants some good berries? Let's go.
They are absolutely.
I pat the young guard on the back and pop him a sneaky good berry in his hand.
It's at this point that you begin to notice that the guards look kind of like Kevlan in the level of their fear. They've gotten very pale, and now Kevlan looks certifiably brave next to them. So they're gonna slowly head away from Sharid very carefully in just a fear-induced march back towards the center of town. And as you guys... Are you following them? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So and as you guys are following them, in the time that has passed with everything going on, with the Zone of Truth, the questions, ended by the nightmarish intimidation of Sharid, you begin to hear screams and the sound of weapons fire coming from the church.
Shit.
And the two in front of you continue to walk towards the center of town, and yeah, the sounds continue to go on for a while before eventually dying down after a shriek of a wrist slayer is heard through the open doors of the church.
Yeah. I hope those guys that went in there are stronger than you two.
And still with a certain amount of fear in his very soul, the older one turns to you as you're walking and says, "Aye, we're not here for combat duty. That's them lads."
Yeah. I can tell.
Says used to be, though. Oh, many years. Oh, I've taken on a few drakes in my time, but, you know, I'm due to retire any time now. I reckon get another year behind me and I'm going to get full company pay. He starts to perk up a bit, having forgotten a little bit about Sharid's intimidation after thinking about his wonderful retirement that's upcoming.
I hope you get.
Well, it'd be lovely if you could make it to your retirement. Let's get to your boss.
And he shuffles a bit faster than he was doing before. So you guys make it to the center of town, following the two. And as you round the corner to look down the street that takes you into the center, you can see that there is at least 4 or 5 more humans walking back and forth, arranging, let's say weapons from a distance. There's a few crates that they've brought with them. Several horses have been tied up, and in the midst of them, wearing some very, very fine clothes, is a dwarf, and he's shouting and barking commands at the humans that are arranging and sorting out objects and plans and strategies. And you hear as you enter this guy like, "Hurry up! We'll be sending the second lot in 10 minutes."
Can I approach the commander then, or the guy who's shouting like the?
Yeah. So you guys are now following you followed the two of them into the center of town, and they've just sort of like made to walk towards the dwarf.
All right. Hi.
The dwarf looks up at you with a very clear attitude of annoyance, but he looks as if he's trying to hide it and put on his best customer service smile as you approach. He says, "Ah, you found survivors."
Hi.
And he says, "Greetings."
Yeah. What? What are you guys doing?
He says, "Oh, never you mind. It'll all be over soon."
I just heard a lot of people die in that general direction, pointing towards the cathedral.
And he says, You didn't hear anything of the sort. That would be against our company's policy. No, you are merely having auditory hallucinations from our latest endeavors. Magic is a strange thing."
Dude, I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb.
And he says, "I made no such assumption about you. You're clearly a very intelligent and learned man. Now, please step to the side so that my men can work, and we'll be out of here post-haste. Don't you worry about that, and your town will be returned to its previous way of life, and an apology from the Theddaslavari company."
Did you say he was a dwarf?
Yeah.
Okay, look, man, I'm gonna tell you about something. If you want to actually cut the shit here, I know where you can find booze, which is so out there it could even, challenge your tolerance.
And he says, No, bribes will not work on me. I don't know what you're getting at. Good sir, fantastic, best man, sir, of all sirs. Just please to one side and let us continue our job, and we'll be out of here post haste. Remember, the Theddaslavari company cares about you and your family, and we are here to help. And you never saw us.
Fanny Boys, do you want to maybe chat?
Yeah, I'm just going to try and intimidate him again because I'm not very intelligent. All right, listen, dickhead. The fuck you doing here? And then I'm Let's hope it's not a fucking. Oh shit. 24. Natural 20.
Nat 20. So as you attempt to intimidate him, speaking Dwarvish, I assume.
Aye.
Yeah. He's actually he's actually a lot more scared of you than anyone in the party would have suspected. He looks at you with a level of fear and shock, and it's at this moment that you recognize him.
Oh, fuck.
You've met him before. You know him as a member of your former military company. He actually served as a lower rank than you. You were at one point his superior officer. And the fear sets in, and you recognize him as Rottram Bronzebeard. And he looks just as untrustworthy as the last time you saw him, and he lets out a yelp as he sees you, and sort of scrambles and, straightens up and stands to attention as if he's on parade and says, Fanny Boss, sir!
Listen, pal. What the fuck you doing?
And he says, I left the army, sir.
Right. But what are you doing here?
I have been posted with the Thedas Lavari Company for cleanup operations, sir.
Yeah. You sure you can handle this?
So far, sir, though you are the first people that we have come across that weren't dead.
But it doesn't look like you're doing a good job so far.
I was thinking the same thing myself, sir.
Yeah. You may want to. Do you want us to help out?
And he looks at you confused, he's like, You want to help, sir? And he says, he says, of course, yes, sir. And he turns to his men and barks orders in common at the humans and says, my esteemed superior officer, Sir Fanibos, will be helming this operation henceforth. Take orders from him, men.
Right, well, move every single one of them from the church, and it'll start getting fucked.
And he looks at you and says, sir, that is standard operating procedure. We are to clear the site of the Riss infestation, send in a second squad with artificer flamer units, and burn the place to the ground.
That seems good to me.
Wait.
Burn it. Burn it. Or else they're all going to become those things as well, and then we're going to have to fight dozens and dozens of them.
Wait. Before we do that,
Yeah.
are there any medics amongst this troop? We might be able to help them. We might be able to save these people. Are you sure you want to go straight to the burn?
I think they're beyond saving, to be honest.
So Rottram looks to Fanibos for confirmation that he's allowed to answer Gershaw's question. Like, sir?
Yeah, go on.
So he turns to Gershaw and says, we do not take a contingent of medics or clerics with us on these missions, as they are a no witnesses, complete cleanup, no one remains. The infected are summarily destroyed.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well, is there any way which we could, I don't know, Fanny Boys, I mean, like, it's down to you, man. I mean, like, they're listening to you, not any of us.
I mean,
But-
I bet there's any way of saving them once they're infected.
That's what we're trying to look for. So,
The
M's
only way to
plan
deal with
earlier,
it to get rid of them.
He says,
uh,
and Rottram turns back to Fanibos and in Dwarvish gives you the full mission briefing that he received and says, sir, I believe it would be best to inform you of the entire mission briefing. We are to enter the infected town. We are to search for survivors, expecting none. We are to clear out any active adult Riss slayers, and we are to retrieve as many eggs as we can safely and transport them back for company research.
That's not a good idea.
Oh, hell no.
It's not good.
By the way, I can understand Dwarvish. So.
Yes, you can.
Just got eggs, just kind of get rid of them.
He says, no can do, sir. We have already retrieved 3 eggs in the past week, and we need to. We are told that we need to have at least 7, if not more, by the end of the day. Separate to the 3 that we already have.
Where are the current 3?
The current 3 are in storage in our warehouse in Great Stumpleton.
Oh, fuck.
Shlee.
Can I turn around, because obviously some of these guys have no idea what they're saying, and just say, "Hey, look, guys, they're trying to harvest the eggs."
So you can in fact translate the Dwarven to Common for the benefit of the rest of the party, and they are now caught up on the briefing.
Wait a minute. So, you know what they are. You know what they do. And you want to put them in densely populated areas.
And he says,
Gobby.
I assure you, sir, that the 3 currently in our possession are secure.
I fucking hate troops. Right, yeah, I mean, fanny boars, I don't know, man, like, I'd say we try and stick with M's plan of searching the houses to see if there's anyone who may or may not be a physician or a doctor or anything, just in case we might be able to save at least 1 or 2 of these people. We have a troop now which is under your command, which means we might be able to actually save some people.
So, I highly doubt we're going to find anyone so about that.
2 humans approach Fanny Boss from behind and stand to attention. They are currently clad in what looks like very heavy plate armor, and they are both wielding interesting contraptions, the likes of which you've never seen before. A large pack strapped to the back of their armor, and some sort of hose that they are holding that connects to what looks like a large brass crossbow, but you can't quite fathom how it might work. And as they stand to attention behind you, their boots snap together, and they announce themselves as Fire Squad, sir.
Right. Fuck is that thing?
Capo.
I want to comment on what Gershaw said. We don't have time to go exploring townhouses anymore. The situation has changed. They're actually doing the assault on the church now. Thank you for proving it. We don't have time
Required
to go
some punctuation.
On the hope that we will find maybe a doctor to then go in there amidst all the mess that they've already created, go retrieve this doctor amidst all these people, hope that we find them, because we have no idea what they look like, who they are. We don't have time for this. It's no longer a valid option.
Wouldn't the troops have already searched as well?
Then...
Because it was a search for survivors.
But they didn't find any survivors, but they weren't searching necessarily the houses for evidence of there being a doctor. But, I understand what you're saying, Caporius. Realistically, it may be a best plan just to continue with the assault like they planned, but maybe if we can somehow get in there instead of setting fire to everything. So what we could do is end up blocking them in for a small amount of time, not knowing that we actually killed them all, if that's what our objective is. Because if there is an underground path anywhere underneath that cathedral, which we know that there's underground paths, who's to say that that fire is going to travel all the way underground, through dirt or stone or whatever? It's not. We're going to burn down the above.
It'll cut off the oxygen.
What it is. Who says they need oxygen?
Yeah.
So while you guys are discussing this, you hear haggard footfalls approaching the center of town, and one of the human soldiers has returned from the church, and he rushes towards the group in the center. And as he approaches, you can see that he's a lot worse for wear. His armor has been cut through in multiple areas. His arm is bloody. He holds a broadsword in his hand, just barely keeping it from touching the ground as he stumbles closer and does his best to report back. And he kneels in front of Rottram, and he says to him, "We've done our first sweep, my lord, although I am the only survivor. I was unfortunately infected and will need to be taken care of before I lose the ability to allow you." And before you guys have a chance to step in, Rottram pulls a crossbow, places it at the temple of the soldier, and pulls the trigger. He collapses to the ground, and two of the other humans come in to pick up the body and take it to be burnt.
So I can't loot it.
No.
Snad. Right. We need to do something like soon.
Rottram
Right.
looks up to see Gershaw's absolute slack-jawed look of disgust, and he clarifies, "Once a humanoid has been infected with the parasite, after an hour, they choose to host the Riss."
How do you know this?
And he looks at Caporius and says, "You don't want to know that."
No, I do, in fact. That's why I'm asking. How do you know this?
He looks at Fanny Boss for approval.
Tell him.
He says, "We have intimate experience with the Riss parasite."
Have you ever known anyone to be cured when they've been infected?
And he shakes his head and says, "We've never tried."
Alright. How much information do you know about the gestation period?
And again, he looks at Fanny Boss, more worried now about the questions being asked, and says, "Sir, I respect you, but I'm not sure I can divulge this information to your friends."
I think it's critical we know everything that we can about them.
And he says, "Very, very well. The most we know of the gestation period is that it takes between 5 to 7 full moons." He says, and he corrects stuff like nights, evenings, days, 7 days, not the full moons. And says, and after an hour of infection from the grubs, they take a hold, and in 9 out of 10 infected we have dealt with, they have refused to be examined for further information on the grub gestation period. They will go insofar as becoming violent to ensure that you do not remove the parasite or attempt to discern where the parasite currently is in their body.
You said 9 out of 10.
A few have submitted for study without stopping the researchers from
So
studying them closely.
You mean one agreed?
Yes.
Or were you generalizing numbers? So one agreed to be researched, and did you manage to research?
Yes, we were able to research the parasite right up until the point of birth.
So you're
Sorry, go on.
You said the point of birth, so you let it grow.
Well, not me personally. I wasn't there.
So your company is trying to grow these things. They're not trying to get rid of them. They're not trying to heal people.
They're
They're
not
studying.
trying to grow them. They have.
To what end?
The fuck?
Weapons.
Of course.
Fanny board.
Yeah.
I really want to punch this guy.
Same.
I really do. Can you give me a higher rank than him so that he can do flip?
Fanny Boss no longer has that ability as he's no longer actively serving.
Shit. Right, I don't want to piss off our new allies, as much as I hate to say it. But Oh my god, you guys are fucking idiots.
Some of you will know, anyone that has spent a duration of time and has their memories intact of spending any time in the Dwarven Empire or anywhere around Bjaragath, that the Thedesslavari Company are rather well known, with their brand being used for heavy production and merchandise shipping as well.
Can I ask the about the guy that was the last survivor? Like, I'm not asking the character. Does that mean that the older race are dead in the church now, or did they just leave the door open, and the guy came back, and then got killed?
To your understanding, the second one,
So he left the door open.
as far as you're aware. It might be closed. You can't see the door from here.
How many people are actually around us? As in guards, humans that came with the troop that are still around us?
There are 2 humans, heavily armoured, and standing by Fannibus. There is the dwarf. There are the 2 humans that escorted you into the centre of town, who are stuff to the side, managing their way through crates that have been shipped with the company here. And there are 4 other assorted humans also assisting with moving crates around. And 2 of them have just lifted, moved, and lit a body.
That's not many at all.
Alright,
So are the things still in the church? That's what I'm asking. Or did they kill them? Did they manage to kill them?
we have no idea, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Because all we know is troops
Okay,
have come
there's still
back.
some. Never mind. Thank you, Briggy.
All
Now it's
we
clear.
know is that troops have come back, and only one of them came back, and he came back in the state where they had to kill him. So it's kind of, yeah, I don't think they were very victorious, if they were at all. Look,
Wolf.
we've got. Oh, sorry, Solra.
No, go ahead. I'm letting you go.
Oh, okay. We haven't got time to really chat about much, so I guess we've got to make a plan of action like now about what we're gonna do. Are you suggesting that we just burn down the whole place, have you actually done recon on the church, like talking to the guy in charge, like is there any underground tunnels?
Can I have everybody roll a perception check?
Yeah.
Can I cast Mage Armor also? Just like while this takes place.
Just roll that perception check.
Please, Mr. Game Master, please.
What are these rolls?
Fuck.
They're
Fucking
shot.
hell.
Rolling a 7.
Oh no, hang on, that's +3 for me, so 18. 18.
I've forgotten how to do this. Hang on a second.
You almost had it. It's just R instead of D.
Sorry.
My passive
Oh
perception.
my
One exclamation mark.
Almost there.
I am very
Hey.
intelligent.
Okay, so Oscar and Solgra are the only 2 to see it happen as it happens. Possibly you were just looking in the right direction at the right time. But as the party is discussing all of what is happening with Rottram here, Solgra and Oscar, you see towards the edge of one of the buildings where the younger of the 2 guys who escorted you towards the centre of town stands a little bit too close to an alleyway between buildings, and in a flash, suddenly he vanishes, or at least his top half vanishes, as his now severed legs remain where they were standing, and he screams as he is pulled into the dark alleyway between buildings.
Shit.
Before shit happens, can we take a loop break?
We can take a break now if you want. You're not rolling for initiative yet.
Okay. Long break, small break.
We can do a small break if you want.
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay, so everyone have a small break and contemplate what those two have just witnessed.
I'm scared to go to the Luna.
The rest of you didn't see any.
I didn't see that.
The rest of you didn't see anything, but you did hear it.
Yep. So I'm good. I'll see you in a bit.
Let me switch over to. Let's have a quick game of drop, everybody. I think a drop is in order while my players contemplate life.
How do I join the battle map, by the way? I'm still stuck on the old one, the testing one.
Everyone should be on the testing one because I'll switch it over to the actual one once we begin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you're all on the testing one. There we go. Barack knows what he's doing. He's already doing a drop. Let me get in on this drop.
What about it, Mark?
Right, and I'll be back in 2 seconds.
No worries.
Okay, now we've already
I'm
hit.
glad I finally got something to play about with.
Whoa, Barack! That's a mad land right there. Me and Cactus made it at least.
I'm not making it.
What, the drop or the rest of this session?
The drop. Maybe not. I don't know.
Since we're in a short break, let me have a look through chat, because I have not been watching chat tonight. I've been trying to focus a bit more on the actual game, so let's see who's around. Bubble Rhapsody, what up? Barack, obviously, currently winning the drop, has gone. Tree Boy! Oh, damn, Blue. Paul, you were in chat for a little while. I don't know if you're still around, but good to see you dropping in. Marthouse is here. The Gene Bean Shaman. That's a cool name. Ebon Jeff. A really cool name. Oh, Wo2K, what up? Skibby's here. Birchie is here. Apparently, from what I'm reading, he fell asleep on the sofa and missed the start of it. Code Bit is here. Good to see you all. I spot Pabs in chat as well. Was lurking for the drop. Am I reading that that Bitter got a tattoo there? Whoa, Martas, 10 bits. Thank you very much, super appreciated. That's hella cool of you, man. Eventually, I will be able to pay off all the subscription fees for D&D that I've run. Because I'm mad and I can't resist.
Oh, I want snacks. Hold on.
Everyone's snacking as well. I hope you're all enjoying this this tense situation.
Fuck you.
This little break gives me time to eat some oversized Skittles as well.
What?
I got giant Skittles. ASMR crunch.
The fuck?
Ooh,
Skittles there.
cozy.
Yeah, I showed them earlier. Giant Skittles. They're massive.
Come on.
They're like my new favourite thing now. I didn't know they existed until like 2 hours ago. Brutal, yeah, Skittles. But giant sized ones. It's the sugar rush that's keeping me DMing. Dire Skittles!
There's a
Yes. I have so many tabs open. There we go.
Let me know if I'm munching too loudly.
Monk. Alright, has everybody had their short break? Alright, I'm bringing us back live again. And we are returned. So yeah, that just happened.
Did anyone else? I'm assuming everyone else heard that, but did anyone see anything with that?
It looks like one of our soldier friends may be missing half his body.
We have soldier friends.
What now?
Oh yeah, but oh no, someone got torn in half. Yeah. Haven't seen that already. Like. So, yeah. Looks like we're gonna be expecting company anytime soon.
Yeah.
I cast Mage Armor.
While
Right
these
now.
guys are discussing, I'm gonna go enact the plan that me and Shlee came up with.
Yeah. So I bend down to Rebecca and I ask her where's the safest place. She knows, in the vents near her home.
Okay, so as you're doing that, as you are reacting that, you hear behind the party in the opposite direction of the first person. You could all turn now to see a very similar thing having happened on the other side of town, taking you down 2 men thus far. And Rebecca looks up at Solgra and says, "Where you found me is the safest place."
Right, so my friend over here is going to take you there as quickly as possible. Believe me, it's the safest way of travelling. Stay there and don't move unless Eris sees you.
And she nods. Who are you pointing to, Shareed?
Yes.
Okay, so...
All right. So I'm gonna take Rebecca and fly up. I don't know, high enough that I think it's out of eyesight of the wrists and carry as fast as possible. I think my run speed while flying is 50 feet.
Okay, so you're
So it should be
heading...
pretty quick to get there and back.
You're heading back to where you found Rebecca.
Yep.
And you've split the party. Okay. Let me figure out how this is going to work.
Is your door locked?
Yes.
I'm going to stab you.
Okay, so you guys are currently in the midst of some vanishing happening around you. Shareed is now carrying Rebecca back towards the Hadley home. And so what are the rest of you doing while Shareed's not there? What's your group?
Pulling up my weapon. And telling everyone to go towards the center of the plaza and stay away from alleyways, apparently, because that's not a good idea.
If we can do it somehow while having a line of sight to the cathedral, I'm gonna pull up the map real quick. Depending on where the plaza is exactly, if we could do it within the line of sight of the cathedral, would be favorable. Just so we can actually keep an eye on things.
Could I stealth while flying?
Technically, yeah. You can roll for it, at least.
I'm gonna roll. I'll roll for it.
You're going to try and fly stealthily.
Yeah. I think that would be smart. 17.
Okay.
And I'm gonna preemptively pop one of my buff berries for extra buff.
Right, okay. So you get to the Hadley home, and you find it in significantly more disarray than when you first arrived here. There are numerous sort of scratches on the walls. And within the... As you walk in, if you remember, on the left-hand side there was a door that went through into a small kitchenette, and the stairs on the right side was, unfortunately, what we discovered to be Ben's room. And you see from the door to Ben's room, as you walk past, or at least peer towards it, there is a strange substance collecting on the floor and the walls.
Yeah, nope. I'm gonna book it right out and fly back. Rebecca, I think your house is not safe anymore. I think the Rists have known you were there for a while. We're gonna find a different safe spot for you.
I want you to roll another stealth check, please.
9.
Okay.
Inspiration, inspiration, inspiration.
You make
Oh,
it
sure.
you make it out of the house and you fly back to the party.
Do you want inspiration
Um,
from me or no?
Actually, I'll inspiration that roll if we can retcon whatever happened there.
Okay.
Okay, I feel better about that.
Did I give you some? Should I get rid of one from mine?
I have tons of inspiration.
You sure? Okay.
Okay, so you,
I have lots.
as I just mentioned, you fly back and make it back to the party just fine.
Cool. Yeah, so the house looks compromised. I think the Rists were looking for Rebecca. How about this? I find the tallest tree possible, and I'll just stick her at the top of it, and let her hang out there for a bit.
Maybe. I know this might sound like an idea, and it's not the smartest idea. But maybe we do leave Keplan with her in the tavern. Because even though we blew out the doors, they can still reinforce one of the other rooms, and at least have some form of hiding or safe space. Because well, they can obviously climb buildings, so what's to stop them from climbing trees if there's a stray one?
M?
We have the cart. It's hidden, but if you can sneak them in the bushes and things, that would be probably the best place.
True.
Sure.
You're gonna
What do you guys
leave this little girl in the woods in a cart a significant distance from any other party member.
Kevlan, Bucky.
What if we just keep her with us? It'll be scary.
Yeah, maybe that's the
At least we
safest.
can
We
keep an eye
can
on
keep her in the center.
Acid spray, people.
Yeah.
Can we sneak her in the upper floor of one of the
That's
buildings
what
nearby?
that's what I'm thinking. But we need to have someone with it, and Kevlan seems like he's most eager to be away from this whole thing.
If any of you were like intense mathematicians at this point, looking at Kevlan and his positioning, you would assume that he has taken the pinpoint center of the road, the furthest from any possible egress between any of the buildings. He has put himself as far away mathematically as he can from any possible point that a risk could show up. He hasn't done this on purpose, it's instinctual.
Maybe we trust the coward's judgment. He seems to know where to stand to be as safe as possible. I think he would maybe be a safe bet. His self-preservation will be Rebecca's preservation.
And hey, he's scared of you, Solgra. You know, you could just tell him you'll find him if anything happens to Rebecca. I'm sure he'd protect her then.
He is terrified of you. I believe we established this.
Yeah.
Okay, Rebecca goes with the half elf.
Kevlan physically jumps as you like make any reference about him and turns to look at you and yeah, can do, definitely. He just sort of smiles and nods at you a little bit. Not sure if he's more afraid of you or whatever's taking people. Although he hasn't seen you murder anybody yet.
You know Fireball, right?
He says, amongst other things, yes.
If any of them come for you, just blast Fireball. You'll be right.
And he looks at Rebecca, he looks at you again, he's like, yeah, okay. Are you sure?
Champion.
Maybe anything fire-based. They're weak to fire.
He says, "Oh, good. I know a lot of fire." And he looks at Rebecca again and is like,
You just don't want another chicken incident.
as Fanny Boss says that, he goes, "Yeah. Poor hen Solo."
I go to punch him, but I can't because I secretly enjoy that pun way too much.
I may have named the chicken midweek posthumously.
Right.
Right.
I think we need to fucking move.
The two heavily armored soldiers stood behind Fanny Boss are beginning to look antsy and have started to break ranks and sort of turn around and like wield these strange contraptions in front of them towards the walls. They begin to shout out behind them like, "Instructions! What are we doing, sir?"
See anything? Just fuck it up.
"Affirmative, sir."
Yeah.
And they continue to
I mean,
do their best to look around.
yeah.
Rotterdam decides to interrupt somewhat apprehensively as he's speaking out against you. But he says, "Vanibus, sir, I believe now would be an opportune time for us to storm the church and commence the operation. Had we not found you, we would have already been doing just that."
Something to go see what we want to do exactly, because maybe we can use some kind of plan. So, yeah. Thoughts?
I think we let our meat shields be meaty while our ranged be rangy. And then when they're weak enough to kill, then the melees go in. If not, you'll take a lot of acid damage.
I think we have a bigger issue as well. They're not just inside the cathedral anymore.
Nope.
Then let's group up.
As soon as we attack them, we are going to get flanked. 100%, there is going to be a few behind us. So I actually, believe it or not, have a plan.
Oh, for fuck.
I'm willing to hear him out.
Like, honestly, this may be the only good plan I ever come up with in this entire journey.
Give us the plan.
We'll decide, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. We use the firing squad from range to torch the cathedral. Okay. Now, I know obviously I said against torching the cathedral before, but here's the thing which we've got to do. We've got to torch the cathedral, and then from a flat plane where we can see where everything's coming from, fight the stragglers that will come for us. And then when that's done, depending on the state that we're in, we can choose to clear through the burning rubble and then try and see whether there's any underground passages where the fire hasn't got to, or whether there's any left which we need to kill. But at least they'll be weakened, they'll be distracted by the fire and not us, maybe just trying to get away because they'll be injured. Which isn't ideal, but it's better than 40 of them running around. And any stragglers that come for us, anyone that's going to flank us, instead of being attacked by healthy risk slayers from both directions, it's only one direction. Just saying.
I think he might actually have the best plan that we have left.
Okay.
Don't have many other options.
As you are explaining your plan to the party, a Slayer leaps towards the fire squad behind Fanibos, and both in unison they pull the triggers on their ornate brass crossbows that are attached to their packs, and streams of flame pour out, covering a vast distance in front of them, covering the wrist slayer in molten oil as it burns and flames and sticks to the carapace of the slayer. It screams loudly and turns and darts in the opposite direction, running back towards the church. You see its flaming body as it runs up the wall at speed, and it begins to flail and roll on the ground until you see smoke rising from it as it darts into the darkness a distance away from you. You believe it may have re-entered the church, but at the very least one of them is now up there instead of down here.
I think we need to move before that happens again.
This is the moment. Like, there's only one out here. That, well, hopefully, maybe.
There's
I think-
another out,
There's
but
probably
that's
one
death.
Let's get the fire on that church going. I don't think we have any other options left. We wasted enough time.
All right, let's go.
Is anybody else wanting to do anything about this, or you're all heading to the church?
Yeah, I think you should all. Ready
Is
up
everyone
and
on
watch your
full
backs as well, because
Well,
What was that, Russell?
we should all be up to have anything flankers as well. Like Joshua said, even just enter and they could and come back.
Okay, so you guys are heading towards the church. As you make your way there, you encounter no resistance of any kind, no sudden attacks from a wrist as you make your way up the stone steps. As you reach the entrance of the church, or at least the last set of stairs and the path towards it, from a wall on your right, another wrist slayer attempts to leap down, attacking one of the fire squad again. And fire, he does attempt to bathe the creature in. This one again lighting up and running in flame. However, it's gotten close enough that it manages to, in one spell move, tear the throat out from between the armor of this poor sod, and he falls back, trigger still held, flame spewing through the air in front of you, catching the other fire member. As his armor burns with him in it, he runs in a daze towards the church before slumping and falling on the ground. His pack not actually erupting as an explosion, but more melting away slowly. The fire burns through him to the ground and continues to smoulder. However, you see also the wrist slayer that attacked is crumpled and burnt and singed on the ground before you, unmoving.
Can I use my sword and just like cut its head off slowly so it doesn't spurt out everywhere with acid? Or is that not going to happen?
You can give me a sleight of hand roll. Yeah, sleight of hand. That's what I'm gonna use. Just for your just give me a dex based roll in general, just to see if you're dexterous enough to actually cut through this thing without.
So like a dex saving throw, or just like a dex?
Just a pure dex throw with your modifier.
Okay. So +2. $14.
You are just careful enough that you manage to sever its head from its spinal cord as it rolls slightly away from its body. The acid streams and pours out onto the ground. But you notice that the liquid that you believe to be acidic when you first encountered this creature some days ago, as it pools on the ground, it sizzles slightly and then appears to be mostly inert.
Okay. Just saying. Too commercial. And then so the blood reacts to the fire, potentially.
So, Em?
are his friends still around?
Everyone else is still back in the centre of town. So, Rottram, Kevlan,
And Rebecca.
Rebecca,
okay.
and 2 more humans are in the centre of town.
So it's just us.
It's just you at this point, yeah.
And the body.
You, 2 bodies and a wrist slayer's body, yes.
Do their armors have pockets, I wonder?
Dude. Really?
When, something that's actually really important, right? Is the other pack intact? Which the other guy used to burn.
Yes, the pack of the one that was that had his throat torn out. That's all intact.
Something that bothers me this entire time is that the wrist slayers immediately went for these guys. I think they know that these things are the most damaging to them. These
Yeah.
throwers of flame. So I'm gonna say this, guys. I'm gonna put on the pack, but they will probably target me as a result.
I have a better idea. I conjure some ancient ritual.
Before stuff happens and we call more wrist layer, can I loot the bodies?
You can loot the bodies.
Thank you. What do I get? Sleight of hand?
No, you don't even need to roll unless you want to hide the fact that you're looting the bodies from the rest of the party. The sleight of hand will only
I
hide.
might do a stealth check. Yeah, maybe that
We're
would
all
be...
standing in a group.
yeah.
How does it even work?
It would be sleight of hand if you wanted to loot them and not have the party know about it.
I'll do it anyway, but just
Ending
in
down
case.
next to the body.
16? Enough? Not really.
Is anyone's passive perception over 16?
Mine is.
Oh.
So anyone with a passive perception of 16 or over will have seen M do it, whether or not you want to ever mention it, but you will know that happened. M, you find a total on one corpse, you find a total of 10 gold pieces and little else. The other corpse is not lootable. As in,
Oh.
yeah, you find a chunk of galvanized metal that may have at some point been multiple gold pieces, but at this point is now a chunk of
no.
rock.
Does he have something that I like something family or like a necklace or something that maybe we can bring back to the family, either of them? I don't know.
On the one that had his throat torn out, you would find generic dog tags with his identity and other information on. The other one though was wearing dog tags, although it's now just again a clump
okay.
of molten metal.
Should I bother with the dog tags and returning them? Because I feel bad because I'm stealing his money.
That's up to you entirely.
I'll get the dog tags just in case, and since Sharid noticed while I'm having a look at the thing, I look at him and I wink. And I keep going.
I'm too preoccupied to really care.
Okay.
As I conjure up some black smoke and take out my good berry and start invoking the ancient ritual of the bad berry. Oh, forgive me, sacred berry order, but the time is nigh, and knowledge sometimes must be used for good, even if it is bad. And I crushed the good berry onto the corpse of the wrist slayer, reviving it.
Bruh.
Okay, so it gets up. It is, however, missing a head.
I just grab the head and put it back on, see if it stays there.
You can jam the head back on, but it's not connected to the spinal cord in any way, so it just kind of like the jaw flops open and it sort of bobbles a bit as it moves.
Good enough.
Wait, why are you bringing this thing back to life?
So now you can put the danger backpack on it, and the wrist will go after this thing instead of you.
Shall we send it on a never-ending mission?
Well, I feel like we could just keep it as part of the group for now. It'll be a nice decoy, and then we can deal with the rest of the wrists when they come for it.
That could actually be an idea.
I mean, if
What
you
if
get
we
the
got
whole pack to like ignite then light the church. with
That's
them
what I'm
all around
saying.
it. Yeah.
That's
If we could, I can always light this guy on fire, so it's quite versatile.
So basically, we got a walking bomb, which they're attracted to.
So this is the moment that I want all of you to load up Roll20.
Right.
Mine's up.
I'm kind of in already. Okay.
And you find yourselves at the foot of the steps to the church. So yeah, just
That's very zoomed in. There we are.
just whatever you're gonna do now. You are now at the base of this church. I can see all the in-game chat as well.
Why hide everyone's massive profile pictures?
Oh, there's a setting for it to turn off what you see on webcams.
Oh, cool. I'll...
Well, I want to broadcast to others and I want to receive from others. Just set them both in nothing in the settings.
Ah, that's really loud. Ah.
Okay, so what do you guys want to do?
I'm just gonna sit and stare at the revived wrist slayer because what the fuck is that?
Okay, let me need to account for this.
You can disable the chat beep in the settings, by the way.
Yeah. Why can't I drag this?
I have made
There you
a. Oh, you have a wrist slayer. Oh, I made a baby one, but that's okay. I'll delete it. How do I get rid of it?
So let me just go ahead and edit this guy. Name Riss Zombo. Nameplate.
Yay! That's so cute.
So there you go. You have a Riss Zombo.
Nice.
Okay, so I am very confused as to this new ability that Usharid has, and I'm very suspicious of good berries from this point on.
It's okay. You're still on the blacklist. You don't get them anyways. That one good berry was a one-time deal.
What is Gersha? What are you doing with the flame pack thing? Because you were about to mess with that. I know you've been distracted by the wrist slayer standing back up.
Yeah, I wanted to go with Usharid's plan of making the Res Zombie a walking bomb with it.
Okay. Because the zombie won't be able to use it as a weapon, because it's
No, but if
unable
anyone
to do
has
so.
any yarn to use as a fuse or something, we could just set a fuse and then chuck it in there.
I have an idea. So, like, these things have got oil in them, right? If we could manage to siphon some of the oil out of it, rub it on the wrist slayer, and then just get someone who's got, like, flame capabilities, like, as soon as it's in there, just get them to, like, cast whatever, and then, poof. I don't know how magic works.
Let me test something first. I take the flamethrower and put it in the hand of the wrist slayer and see if it can pull the trigger. Pointing away from us.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm glad you specified that.
Uh-oh.
Shri TPKs the entire party himself by accident. The wrist slayer does manage to eventually pull back on the trigger, although the way the weapon has to be held leaves it at a weird angle, and it fires up into the sky at an angle, and the slayer is just holding its finger, well, its claw, against the trigger, and it's quickly
like
draining
now.
from the pack.
It was supposed to just be for like a quick tap.
You command it not to let go of the trigger, and it just takes its hand off of it entirely, and it clatters and drops the brass crossbow nozzle to the ground, and it flames a little bit, and there's now a small patch of burning grass off to your left.
Okay, maybe we just right. I don't know. Maybe I do take the pack and then just torch the outside as much as we can, because there's no guarantee that, it doesn't just fizzle out in the middle of the cathedral without burning anything.
I think there's probably easier ways to burn down the cathedral, because at least me and Scoporius can very easily start fires everywhere. I think the pack should be saved for something more active.
Well, maybe we get to burn down the church then, and then keep the wrist layer as a meat shield or a target for the wrist.
Sure.
Poor thing.
I'm gonna control it to stand like 10, 15 feet in front of us.
Okay.
How much of this cathedral is wood versus how much of it is stone or otherwise?
From where you're stood, it looks mostly stone. With some mortar.
How's the roof look?
The roof looks to be made of slate.
Okay.
You can
Do we
just
have anything that's like...
Well, there'll be structural support. There'll be structural support beams in there, unless they have the technology. Well, I mean, I don't know how advanced technology is here, but I mean, like, unless they have, like lentils and stuff like that, like steel supported concrete. But
Well, even stones, we can't burn stones.
no,
The outside is
it-
perfect stone.
if we can burn inside in terms of any structural support beams, they could collapse in on itself.
Or I could fill the inside with plants and then burn the plants.
That sounds a good idea. And what is that noise?
It's a good idea.
Yeah, there's been a couple already.
Right, can we
Just crashed. Hang on.
get ready? Maybe we should position ourselves. Right, Rangers, if you're gonna cast something now. If not, maybe get back and then can I move forward so I can put myself in front of people?
as you ready yourself for battle, you can hear as the sound of birdsong seems to vanish away, leaving you in some more of the silence that you felt the night before. You can hear from deep within the church, its doors open, allowing you to see a small amount inside. You hear from deeper coughing.
Coughing.
Yes.
Oh, it's someone turning.
What if it's one of the cult
Should we go?
members? How confident are you in stealthing into there?
Is the door open or closed?
The door's
door's
wide open.
Okay, if I peek through, I'm gonna find something like right fucking in front of my face. So I'd like to avoid that, but I think I can just like pop my head in and say hey, without saying hey. I'll stealth.
Yeah, roll. Well, where are you on? So you-
Outside.
So let's move you closer to the door. Position yourself on. We haven't started initiative yet, so position yourself wherever you want to be, using Roll20.
We haven't rolled for initiative, which means the things are gonna come out and I'm gonna be right in front of them. But
We should move as a group.
Yeah,
Oh, are you guys coming?
well, I'm moving somewhere where I'm in front of the Rangers because I'm on the
And
melee
why do you have to
squad.
peek in? Should we let the wrist layer go in first?
We
But
need
can we
intel.
So you don't
talk
just
to
face
us?
check into.
We need intel.
I mean, if the wrist layer goes in and immediately gets smacked, we'll have our intel.
How about wrist layer first and then M can peek? If you really want to peek into the door.
Not really, but I can do it. Yeah, I can sneak in very quickly and come back out.
I feel like that's really dangerous.
I have a lot of inspiration though. Guys, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to go in, but just in? Or
I
do you want
think
me
we
to
should
go?
send the beast in first, literally as a meat shield. Be a distraction if anything's there. If not, there won't be. But
Other people, what do you think?
What is happening? I just cast Flame Blade. Crush a hot berry.
I'd just send in the I'll send it in fast man.
Yeah, I agree with that plan.
Don't want to risk.
Okay.
Where are you moving the Zombo?
Moving it into the door.
So I'm just going to place it here for now. And are the rest of you happy with the way you've positioned yourself?
Not really. I can not tell who half of the people are.
Yeah, that's too tiny.
You might have to zoom in on the screen to see the
I can't.
nameplates.
There's no
I think
names.
there's no pictures or names. Is there a way to?
Oh,
I see me.
you should all have nameplates on, surely.
The little nameplate is
I
tiny.
just see my own.
Yeah, on the
You
same.
really need to zoom in.
Oh, damn it. I thought we tested this so I could say everyone was seeing nameplates, damn it.
Yeah, I remember that. Actually, let me check the settings real quick.
I can see my nameplate.
At the very least, we can see that I'm a berry, Solgra is a Solgra, M's an M, Dragon's a dragon, and then we have 3 unknowns.
Oh, that's his...
I had a profile picture. I don't know why it's not showing.
Oh, 'cause it's not on your character picture, unfortunately.
Ah, okay.
And can I move myself left near the door?
You should be able to move yourself.
Where do I do that?
Why don't you put colors on? So right-click yourself and then just give yourself like a cheeky color, like something like that, or just give yourself an icon.
Yeah, you can do that.
Good idea.
I will give myself a bird wing.
Wait a minute.
I will be this thing, whatever it is, the
Give
skull.
yourself an icon.
I'll be the skull thing.
Okay, you've got an icon.
I'm really sorry. I'm not sure what to do.
Just,
Right.
Click on
Is that
your
a character?
character.
or you can,
Make sure on
just
select move,
single
not
click,
handy.
and it's the bottom icon, and it opens up a menu for you to choose an icon or a color.
Yeah, when I right click, nothing's happening.
I don't know why I click just
Left click.
Just
Left
left click
click.
once.
and then I can't like color
Nothing's
things
happening.
and oh, make sure you're on select move, not pan view.
On the top left of your screen.
Tell you what, I've made Fanny Boss blue,
No,
and I've
I'm
made
sorry.
Oscar green.
Okay.
Alright, let's do this I think guys. This is unless I guess position yourself where you need to be. Oscar, I don't know whether you can see yourself with ranger or melee. Because
I can't move myself, but I would be.
go on select move, and then you should be able to click
Yeah.
on yourself and move. So not pan view again.
Whoops.
Yeah, can't do it. Sorry, I don't know what's up.
Nope.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm gone.
Try now.
Ah,
You
there
may,
I am.
you may or may not have had the correct permissions for your own character.
There you be.
That's my bad. I'm sorry.
I'm glad it was your bot and not mine.
yeah, no, that's on me. You were able to see your character, but you weren't able to control your character.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
This is the first time I've ever used Roll20 as a group, so I expect there'll be some minor problems.
Alright.
Okay, before we start, I'm just gonna leave a seed or something, or like a piece of grass on the wrist layer.
Okay.
I know what you're doing, that's good. Thank God you're thinking.
So yeah, the wrist Zombo just stands immobile, staring as much as it can without eyes into the into the church.
All right, are we ready?
I think so.
All right, Zombo, walk forward. Stop after 30 feet.
You lose sight of it. Does a zombie share its line of sight with you?
No, I don't think so. I can control it, but that's it.
Yeah.
Let's listen very carefully for a second.
You hear nothing other than the coughing that persists.
I'm curious as to what that coughing is, and I don't have dark vision, or else I would have checked in already.
But I can't see
Okay.
from here. I need to like go close.
Well, why don't we go in?
Okay, I'm going to. Yeah, I'm.
I keep an eye behind me while this takes place. For any stragglers in the city that might be coming from behind, as it were.
Okay.
Alright, I'll move in first, I guess, into the doorway.
There we go.
Does anyone have any complaints about that before I do that?
No.
No, we need to make our way in, like...
Alright, screw it, I'm going to the doorway.
I'll follow closely behind.
Can I
Alright.
see
Imagine-
anything?
Imagine if no one followed you.
I would just have to accept it. Can I see anything from there? Okay. Okay, so we see the Zombo. And nothing else for the time being. I'm moving in behind the Zombo.
Look up.
That's what I'm doing. Look at the ceiling. Checking ceiling, checking ceiling, checking ceiling, checking ceiling, checking ceiling.
Okay. So you enter into the church. You can kind of see a bit further into the church. It's a bit difficult to see in the darkness what's deeper into the church. Although you can see from a distance, there is a fair amount of light pouring out from a stained glass window right at the other end of the church. And everything seems quiet from where you're stood. You can't really hear any movement. You can still hear coughing from further into the church.
Okay. Check ceiling.
The ceiling is high vaulted, and you can see fairly well towards the ceiling. There's a few dark spots, but nothing really catches your eyes on any movement. You stand there for a short while, taking it in with your previous trauma, making sure you scan every visible inch, and nothing stands out to you from the ceiling. You are getting a vague smell of rot, the kind that you've experienced before. It's got that sweet yet disgusting odor, and it seems to have gotten just a little bit stronger as you pass through the doorway of the church.
Okay, I'm going to move in between the benches.
Oh, shit. Sorry, dropping stuff on my desk.
I'm gonna get my my wrist Zombo to just stay like a few feet in front of Gershaw at all times.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm moving into the center of the first lot of benches there.
Okay. I wasn't on move. And the Zombo walks in front of you.
Okay. Can I see anything more from there?
From here, you see, as I have to zoom
Because
out.
I'm taller than those benches, aren't I? Like, I can see over them.
Yeah. The regular pews.
Just make sure they're not like, blockers of vision. Okay. I'm continuing my march upwards, I guess.
Okay.
I'm gonna go quite a bit further this time.
And the Zombo Slayer remains in front of you at all times.
I'm just following a safe distance behind.
Okay.
So
So as you're stepping forward, what are the rest of the party doing?
Panicking.
Can I do a final perception check in the direction of the town to see if I can spot any other beasts before I head in proper?
You have a look and you can't see anything. You're a bit too far away for you to spot any any happenings. You don't hear any noises at the very least, and
But there is one still out there that we know of. Wait, no. Not sure. Oh no. Okay.
Can you close the door before we get flanked?
That might be a move.
Yes. Oh my god. Yes.
That might be what's considered the best move.
Close the door.
Closing the door.
I am going to go around the left side where these dark patches are and see if I can peek round just to get like a little more perspective of what's going on the left. If anyone wants to do that on the right.
Alright, so what are you attempting to look at?
So if I stand like here, there's like a... I realise you can't see me moving my mouse. So to the... to the left of that, there's just a bit that's...
Well, someone's trying dark vision, so she'll be able to see that.
Yeah, who's you're trying to look over there, are you? So from where you're looking, you can kinda see this much.
How do I delete that? I drew that assuming that that's what Solgar was doing, but now I can't delete the...
I got it.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Oh, I just didn't get it. Oh my god.
Alright, right, I'm gonna...
So I can't see what's to the left of me, because I just saw the pillars and thought that there was like... Wait, how do I draw?
Yeah, so if I reveal the sort of things that you can see, it ends up being kind of like this.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna walk further ahead.
Okay.
Up to the altar.
Alright. So the Slayer remains in front of you until they can't go anymore. You have to walk around it to reach the altar.
Yeah, and I'm going to have a look at the book that's on the altar.
Okay.
If there is one there. I don't know what it's like.
And also, just to reveal more areas to you, you will...
I'm gonna fly straight up as close to the ceiling as I can get, just to see if there's anything.
You'll be able to see, as I draw, revealing areas. There we go. And from there, you'll also be able to see... Whoops. Still getting used to this polygonal revealing of areas. There you go. Oh yeah, and probably over here as well.
So, I'm having a hard time resisting the urge to play the piano.
You are a bard after all.
It is true. And judging by the fact that I play a lute and a whistle stick, it's very likely that the piano hasn't been invented yet. So I'm very curious about it.
Can I check? Is there any mechanisms on the door that I could use to lock it, like a crossbeam or anything like that?
Yes, there looks to be a crossbeam that you could lower to lock it in place. Oscar, you would know that whilst they're significantly rarer and more expensive, pianos do exist, and you have seen them, although they're not something that you commonly come across in elven towns and cities. They're definitely more favoured amongst human populaces. What were the other questions I was asking and didn't answer?
I was gonna get the book on the altar.
So the book looks like a regular prayer book full of sermons. It all seems to be dedicated to Luna.
Okay. I'm gonna move forward to behind the altar to reveal, I guess, the rest of the dark spots from there.
Okay, from where you're standing before you move, you can hear in the room that's the door to your left is the door from where you're hearing the coughing.
Okay, I'm gonna move towards the coughing then.
Okay.
The wrist slayer, I guess, is in front of me towards the door.
The wrist slayer you could have here, yeah, in front of the, if that's where Shreed wants it.
Shreed, you call that?
Muted. Character's muted.
Yeah, it's fine. If the party agrees, I'm gonna get the wrist slayer to open the door.
Okay. I'm in agreement with that. I'm standing behind the wrist slayer.
Okay.
Actually, no.
Open it up.
Maybe it's not a good idea if it's coughing. Maybe it's not a good idea for the wrist slayer to open the door. Just saying.
What if he opens the door and hides behind it?
Because a headless wrist slayer to somebody who may or may not be a survivor of this could be traumatized by that sight and may or may not be able to cooperate with us afterwards. Maybe.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, I'm gonna volunteer myself to open the door. If shit goes down, then shit goes down. That's what I gotta deal with.
Alright.
That's my bad, I guess. So I'm gonna go in front of the wrist layer, and I'm going to open the door, I guess. If the door's not already open.
Okay. Bear with me, chat, for a moment that I'm watching. I have to very quickly not show what's going on D20.
You're rolling for stuff. This is coming. Shit. Oh no. That's not good.
I wish I'd prepped an image for that, but I'll just.
I'm gonna rejoin the party after being slow.
Oh, hello, I see you now. I'm waving. Hello.
I'll turn myself around again, though.
Okay, I can put that back on now.
You're just upside down. That's incredible.
Well, I'm facing
Cabaris
backwards.
is just walking on the head.
Right, so
There you go.
so what's going on here? What are you doing now?
I'm opening the door.
Okay, so you enter the room as the door creaks open. The room.
I can't see.
That's fine. I was going to reveal it to you once you moved in.
That was scary.
Like, reveal the map. So as you push the door open, it's not locked. It creaks open, revealing darkness. And as you step into the door, can I have you roll a strength check?
Yes. Okay, like saving throw or normal one?
Just a normal strength check.
21.
Okay, so as you open the door, that's how this is going to go down. What happens is the door creaks open and you step inside, revealing the room. And as you step inside, you are set upon by an unknown person. You don't get to have a good look at them as they leap on your back and attempt to put you in a chokehold. Although, doing their best, they don't seem to be able to bring you down.
I guess I act in accordance and escape their chokehold, go to their back, and then do the same kind of hold on them, leaving with enough room to breathe.
As you move around, and I'm not making this actual combat, but the rest of the party, those of you that are close enough to that door now, and they can see past the wrist Zombo stood in the doorway, you get flashes of green skin and musculature, but also coughing, as Gershor is now choke holding this mysterious woman who is struggling against you, weaker than she might have been had she not been ill, and attempting to jab her elbow into your stomach.
Okay. I'm gonna try.
I think that's Rebecca's mom.
Yeah. I'm not choke holding her as in terms of like actually choking. It's like I'm leaving enough room to breathe.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Just like holding. So more restraining, I guess, is a better word.
As you attempt to
but
restrain
this
her, she sinks her teeth into your arm.
Okay, I just try and talk to her and just say like, look, we're not here to hurt you. As I don't care whether she's biting or not. Like I'll say it through my teeth. Like
You're gonna take 1 damage.
yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
I'm gonna move the wrist layers like out of the door now that we know it's not a bad.
So you're gonna move it further towards you?
No, up. I don't know how to draw. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And then I release my grip slowly, just sort of like to go my words. If that makes sense.
She turns to you and hisses, and makes to hit you, trying to swipe at you. And what's your AC?
14. Can I do a dodge at all?
No. Again, you're still not technically in combat, but she's gonna swipe at you, and she will nick you again for 1 point of damage as she pushes herself away from you and through the door. And she sort of struggles on the floor, panting, trying to look around and get her breath. She's screaming now at the party in a language that none of you seem to comprehend.
Shit.
I'm gonna go.
Oscar.
I'm gonna go with the fact that she's probably speaking Orcish.
Now that you've
And
had a
I'm
better
gonna
chance
say
to
her name.
look at her, you can still say her name.
Yeah, I say Shella to see whether it gets through to her.
You'll be saying it slightly confused. As you look at her, she doesn't look how you imagined orcs to look. Yeah, Oscar?
Can I use comprehend languages?
You most certainly can. So, as you're casting comprehend language, Solgra is trying to comprehend what she's seeing. This woman is significantly more lithe and slim built than you'd expect an orc to be. While she does have green skin and definitely trademark fangs, her ears are significantly pointier, more like an elf's, and her nose doesn't appear to be pronounced. In some cases, nearly like falling away from her face entirely, appearing almost flat. And she looks up at you with bright yellow eyes and hisses as she continues to scream at you in a language that you don't know. Oscar, have you just cast comprehend languages?
I have.
So you hear her as she screams at the party, telling you to get away, to the monsters. They are evil and they will take you. And she's looking over towards the zombified wrist slayer in the corner of the door. You don't know that.
Wave at her.
You don't know what the language is, Oscar, but you do know that it's not Orcish.
Okay. I can only understand, right? I can't respond.
Yeah, you just can't respond in the same language. You could say anything.
Okay. Oh, I don't know. What do we do, folks?
I walk up to slowly up to Shella and hand her the good berry that Wusharid out of Wusharid. You actually before he gave me earlier.
She snatches it from your hand and eats it immediately.
Just a thought.
She has lived in the village for ages. She was married to someone who's like human, and her daughter doesn't speak Orcish apart from a few words, so maybe she speaks Common. Has anyone tried?
Yeah. Also, Em, your camera is
hello.
frozen.
My camera.
No, M's camera.
Oh, sorry.
It's not for us.
I'm seeing it as frozen for some reason. Oh, there we go.
Frozen?
I
it's frozen on the stream.
I max.
Yeah.
I full screen just M's cam and it's fixed again. It's gone back to normal. Technical difficulties. Okay, sorry. What was going on while I fixed that technical difficulty? So she's just taken the good berry, snatched it from Gershaw's hand, and has immediately munched it.
Oh, cool. Right. So, can you understand me? Thumbs up, down.
And she nods at you and says in the same language she was just screaming in that only Oscar can understand right now, and says, "Of course I can understand you, you fool."
Okay. Well, we can't understand you. Sorry, shit. Oscar, can you understand this? Can you translate?
She said, "Of course you can. Of course you can understand you, you fool."
We can't understand you at all. Like, only the bard can.
And she blinks for a moment and tries to calm herself and begins speaking in common and says, "Sorry, I had not realized that I had lapsed into the mother tongue."
What is that mother tongue? Just curious.
She looks around the party without answering and looks at Solgra and says, "How did you know my name?"
Your stepdaughter, Rebecca.
And she smiles at Rice and says, "Ah, strong child. I knew she would survive. I knew that they would never find her."
Yeah, she's safe.
And she smiles and she corrects you and says, I do not know what the common would be. I call her stepdaughter, but she is more of my ward."
Can I do a like a medical check to see whether, like, you know, there's any like lesions on her body from where any grubs could get in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What would that be? Just like medicine?
Just medicine.
Yeah. Okay. Shit.
As you attempt to check her over for lesions, she smacks your hands away from her and says, "Do not touch me. I do not know you."
I just want to ask you something. Sorry. I meant as in like looking, not not touching. But
you will have had to have approached her slightly at least, and that's when she starts swatting you away.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It is not for any dubious reasons. It's literally just to see what's going on. Like, have you been in contact with these creatures?
So now that you're getting a good look at this person, you can see that she's wearing not human garbs or even orcish garbs, but she's wearing a sort of half armor that is encrusted across one shoulder with various jewels and gold inlays, and the rest of it on the other shoulder appearing to be some sort of hide. And as you have a bit of a closer look, you realize that pieces, not the entire thing, pieces of her armor down her arm and across the side of a chest look as if they could be the same chitinous material that the wrist slayers' bodies are made of. And she looks at Gershaw and says, "I know what we face. The question is, do you?"
We've fought one, and lived.
And she laughs. "Just the one."
Yeah, I know. But have you been infected at all? That's all I wanted to know.
And she sighs and says, "Yes, I I am infected, but I cannot die, not while they remain in my town.
Do you know of
Is
any
there any way that we can?
Yeah. Do you wanna go for it?
Is there any way that we can help you to remove the grub?
It is no longer possible for me. If you had arrived days ago, then it would have been possible, but I am too far gone. The secrets of extraction are beyond my abilities now.
Can you tell us what we need to do to extract grubs for the future? Because it may be too late for you and the townspeople. And maybe in the future we come across people who've just been infected.
He says, if I have my way, you will come across no more of these foul creatures in your future.
Do you have a plan?
I shall head to their lair, and I shall slay as many as I can. They will not target me, for I carry their child.
That's interesting to know. But we also have a plan ourselves.
She gives you a wry smile and says, "Ha! Tell me of your plan."
Well, you see, we got a zombie one over there.
She cranes her neck to look at the zombified wrist, its head just sort of lolling to the side as it's been walking. It's still not connected. And she says, "You raised one from the dead. That is a terrible idea."
It wasn't all of our choice, but we got it now. All right. But we also have this. You notice it's wearing something. That's full of oil, highly flammable oil.
And she nods, knowingly says, you intend to burn them out."
Yeah.
Interesting. Could work.
But we don't know if there's any underground passages. We don't want to miss any, as it were.
And she says, yes, there is stairs to the lower levels of the church. They are likely setting up there. I have no idea how many there may be. When they took me, there was but 3 of us on this level of the church. More came and they took them into the lower level, but I do not know what they have done since.
Is there any other secrets that we should know? Because we've only had experience dealing with a few of these.
And she says, "Be careful of the acid. It burdens."
We know.
Yes.
Maybe you should chat to Solgra here about things.
And with that, she turns to Solgra, and she has to crane her neck a little to look up at you. She's only about 5 foot tall, and looks into your face, showing no fear, and says, "You are the one who cared for my Rebecca, yes?"
Yes.
And she says, "For that, I thank you greatly. She will need somebody else to train her in the future. I shan't be able to continue."
You were training her to fight?
Small bit fight, mostly blacksmithing. She looks at you and sort of takes in your musculature and says, "You look strong. You must be good smith, yes?"
No.
Shame. I imagine you could make fine armor, if you tried.
Haven't really had the means to learn, as it were.
And she chuckles and says, "Well, never too late to learn new thing."
Yeah. So, what else do you know about these wrist slayers? Like, how long have you been infected?
And she ponders for a while and says, "How long have you known Word Lease?"
The word wrist. The wrist layer.
About a couple weeks, isn't it?
No more than that.
And she
I believe you call them Helltag?
And she says, no, Heltag is Orcish. I don't, I don't refer to them often as Heltag. I mentioned it once, maybe to Rebecca, I forget. She says,
Yeah,
it's interesting you know word this. This is word for death in my language.
What language is it?
And she turns to you and says, Gith.
Yeah.
He says, yes, of course, I am Gith. And she points to herself and then points at Solgren and says, what, you think I'm orc? Look at me, I'm so small.
Did you make your armor out of the shell of the wrist?
And she smiles pridefully as she smacks the piece of armor where the chitin is and says, yes, recently, actually. I only made this last few days. Not very good quality. Managed to take one down on my own.
Is it possible for us to make armor like that?
And she says, I see no reason why not. Very difficult, though. You would need to learn.
Who would we go to learn about this?
And she says, you have so many questions, and we have so many of the Death Belows. If you wish to know more of Githyanki, then seek out Githyanki. We have city, north.
Okay, good to know.
I mark it on a map.
And she sighs and like just rips a map from whoever's holding one closest to her and just sort of squiggles down a circle. And she says, right here, for some reason you call it Grimlock. I do not know what word Grimlock means, but that is not what we call city.
Okay, cool. I'll make a note as to what they called it. What was the exact spelling? Just for future reference, like not actually related to the game.
I'll send you the spelling later. It's a jumble of letters.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Right. Well, I think we should get a shifty on then. You know.
And she says, finally, I am ready to go kill the Slayers. I was wondering what the commotion was outside church, and now that you are here, I feel like maybe I can take down like 7.
How many are there? Do you know?
No idea, but should be good hunt.
I like this
Well,
thing.
let's go.
Yeah.
Run.
Right. Let's do this thing. Lead the way.
And as you guys she points you into the corner as to where the staircase into the they're technically catacombs, I suppose, into the catacombs. She hangs back and sort of leans into to Solgra and says, I meant no offense, had to pass as orc in village. They do not know of Gith. It's technically secret. And she taps her nearly non-existent nose and says, my name actually secret, but I will tell you if you are the one to care for Rebecca. She says, please, call me Silly Wren.
I'm probably not going to remember that, I'll be honest with you.
And she smiles and says, that's fair for how I pose as orc, I suppose. And she begins to catch up with the party and shows you that behind the pillar is a staircase.
Oh, okay.
So, Siluran stands at the top of the spiral staircase behind the pillar, waiting for the rest of you to prepare yourselves. She starts like patting her body and says, "Oh no, it appears I have lost daggers and sword. I don't have weapon. Do you have spare weapon?"
I have daggers.
Daggers would be good. Would also happily take a rock. Can fight with most things. Yes, sir?
I have spare daggers, my old ones.
Ah. So, she
And they are magic, aren't they?
no, the new one's magical. The old ones aren't.
Okay.
It says, daggers. They could be quite useful. Haven't used daggers in many years. Tend to favor a big hammer. Usually smith hammer, but I don't have smith hammer. I think it's
me
probably still at
neither.
the smith.
I can't handle it. Tiny.
And she looks across at Solgra holding the warhammer and says, That must be for a pretty big forge.
Somehow, in my bottomless inventory, I still have a maul.
He says, "Oh, maul. I am pretty proficient with maul. I assume it's just the same as hammer, but bigger."
Pretty much.
I will take maul.
I hand her the maul.
Immediately as she grabs it, the head of the hammer falls to the ground, and she has to like work to heft it back up onto her shoulder and says, heavier than expected. And she looks at you and goes, very strong.
Thank you.
And she says, no problem. It's like,
So on the screen, Kapoor is just like leant over and looks like he's up my ass.
and she she looks at Kaporius skulking around and says, "You, reptile man, Dragonborn? What? Yes, reptile man. You go first. You big target, big wall."
What about
Sure
what
thing.
about my Zombo?
Yeah, actually,
And says,
that fits.
death will not attack the dead death. It serves as no distraction. Big dragon man? Ample distraction.
Right.
I'm assuming you brought the Zombo over to the corner with you guys as well.
I tell you what. Are we doing an argument as to who's going first? Right. Screw it.
And she says,
Jumps up.
whoever go first, I go second, so I can smack thing when you get killed.
I love
Jump
this
stuff.
lady. Go get.
Let's do this.
He says,
Leroy.
she looks at you and says, tiny human man, you may make good distraction.
If you want, the Zombo can still go in front of you like 20 feet.
If it makes Gershaw feel better.
Tell you what, I'm gonna use the I tell you what, this is my plan. I will go in first. My plan is use the Zombo as a meat shield for the acid, because if what's her name? I forgot her name. God damn it.
Shallow.
Silly something.
No, you still know her as Shallow.
Yeah, you know Sherla.
Shrella.
Only
Yeah,
only Solgren knows her as
sure.
as Silaran.
Yeah, well, it is if Shrella. I was gonna go with that.
That
now.
one.
Yeah, is
She nods at you and says,
It's
"Yes,
very-
whatever. Call me whatever."
yeah is wearing that I guess chitin armor or whatever it is. Then I'm guessing it's resistant to acid.
Are you saying that out loud to the party?
I guess.
Then that's when she pipes up and says, "It's called chitin. Chitin is
Oh,
what."
chitin. Right. Okay. Cool. Well, I guess the chitin armor is resistant to acid, is it not?
And she says, "Can be. Not always.
Okay. Well, this should be enough for me then.
Still, would rather have than not have."
Okay. Yeah.
Then I command the wrist player to just follow Gushaw's hand. So if you want to just like hold it, then just like
Yeah.
keep it in front of you like an actual like meat riot shield.
I'm in. I'm going.
Okay, so as you descend the stairs with the wrist slayer in front of you, after 4 or 5 steps, its head falls off entirely. The head just dun 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 just rolls down the steps and rolls into the area beyond. You still have your headless Zombo wrist stood in front of you.
I'm gonna
Did-
pocket the head if it's still there when we get to the bottom.
Okay, so moving us on to the catacombs. Players. So we have a Zomboris, Headless Zomboris, and Gershaw.
Yep. Oh, I need to give this an icon
I
again.
have to put nameplates on for chat as well. Yeah, sorry, it doesn't actually move your players across.
Quick question: is anyone else getting some pretty hefty visual glitches, as in your whole screen going blue and yellow in like bursts, or is that just me?
In Roll20.
Yeah, when I move myself, stuff kind of flashes.
I think
Like it works,
that
but
might just be you, I think.
okay. It's fine for now. Like I can deal with it. Just checking.
If anyone else, you can drag your players onto the board, I believe. I'm just gonna click and enable nameplates on all of you for the sake of Twitch chat.
Well, I mean, we haven't had to roll for initiative immediately, so I'm assuming that there's going to be something where we got to find them.
Who are we missing? So
I made it.
I cannot see myself.
there you go. There you go. I've dragged you in.
Same
Is that
with
me? Yes.
Who
I
are?
can't seem to drag it.
yeah.
Boop and boop.
Cool.
So let's get everybody in here. The reason I didn't set this up beforehand for everyone's character to be in here already is I didn't know who was going to make it in here already.
Oh, that's fun. That's cool. Yeah, that's.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, so moving in, down the stairs, and you've got Shareed. You were able to pocket and pick up the Riss head that had fallen to the ground.
I still have a torch on me, I think.
Okay.
So I'm gonna, before I say this, I'm just gonna say this out loud, so it's like quietly to us in the group. Just say, I'm gonna light a torch and throw it into the middle of the room to get more of a view. Is anyone objective to that?
Can I use my sword as a light source?
Yes,
They'll
you can.
and they'll be attracted immediately to it.
It is made of fire if you activate it.
Right. I'm not gonna use it now, but if they do. Yes.
So as you head down and Shreed picks up the head and pockets it, Slytherin looks at you and says, "Huh, interesting. We have got their attention, but they have not attacked. I do not know why." And she says, "If we head into catacombs, maybe we see what is happening."
I guess I walk forwards, led by the zombie slayer.
The zombie slayer.
Yeah.
So, walking forward, you, it is revealed to you.
Oh, there's a grid. That's why.
Yes, there is a grid.
Took me a moment to realize.
Because each square is 5 feet.
Oh, okay.
So how much you can move in combat depends on the squares.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay. Can you understand them then? God, what's the name which I know? Fuck.
Shella?
Shella, yeah. Shella, how can you understand them then?
And she says, no, I can't understand them. It's just growls.
Okay.
I understand what they want, which is to kill.
Alright, I think the zombie slayer needs to be in front of me.
Simple creatures, really. Not difficult to understand. They infect people, they eat people, they kill people, and they do it all over and over again. And the Gith, we have hunted them for centuries. They make good hunting. Very difficult to kill.
Cool.
And she smiles and says, "I know this may well be my last hunt, and I look forward to it. I am not going down without, as they say, a fight."
Cool. Respect.
Oh, we're gonna cry. Oh, we're gonna cry.
Right, I move into the doorway to, I guess, have a look in.
All right.
Zombo Slayer, you lazy butt, get in there.
Yeah. As I was waiting for, I was like, please don't let me die.
So, from your vantage point, it is revealed to you about this much of the area.
There is a lot of scratches in this room, guys.
So looking into the catacombs, you see the walls and floor, and particularly the ceiling as well, all of the areas that would normally have been covered in rock and slabs are slowly being overgrown with a interestingly eldritch substance that reminds you partially of the chitin of the Riss Slayers. It is beginning to bunch up and connect on the walls. As you see this, Silerin decides to point things out. It's almost as if she's a tour guide, and she says, "Ah, yes, it appears they are making nests. That would be what we call the creep."
If they're making a nest, does that mean they have anything more powerful than a Slayer in there?
Possibly. They have the Slayers are interesting. I have never seen this variety before. I assume because humans. Although I have seen in the past a Githyanki-based this Slayers, and also I believe they also have Praetorians and Matriarchs. Although haven't ever killed a Matriarch. I'm sad. I never got to do that.
Are these Slayers on the stronger side or the weaker side?
Oh no, they're very weak.
Shit.
Like puppy Riss. Could keep
I'm
us
gonna
pet.
I'm gonna move into the center of the room, or like this area, I guess. With the zombie Slayer in front of me, please. Oh god.
And Silerin walks in beside you as well, and you start to get a better sense of the room around you. Although certain bits are blocked off to your viewing thanks to the creep that you can see. And Silerin looks around, and for the first time that you've known her, she gets a sad look and says, "Oh no, I know I might see this. I expected as much, obviously, with them making nest, but..." And then she points to an area on the wall, and you see 3 or 4 bodies that are strung up and connected to the wall through the creep. The bodies are not super identifiable, as they have huge tears in their gut to their throat and are currently open and bleeding out. She says, It appears there may be some more risk than we expected."
Does anyone have that yarn to make that bomb?
She says, "Bomb? You want to just bomb? Why not fight? Like true warriors for glory."
Yeah, we want to fight smart.
He says, "Smart fight is not to be here at all."
Well, as smart as we can be in this situation.
I assumed by finding you at all that you were not exactly smart.
You're not wrong.
No, usually I'm not wrong at all.
Well, all I'm saying is, right, is they've done something absolutely atrocious here, okay? Not only have they taken over a city, but they've damaged my floor. And I can't have that.
And she looks at the floor and says, I apologize, I didn't know it was your floor. Would be more courteous in
All
future.
floor is my floor.
Very well, floor man. Do continue.
Alright, I'm gonna move over here.
As you're moving, she takes a moment to kneel and pray in front of the bodies on the wall, and turns to look at the party. I don't know who's closest to her as she stood. Actually, it'd be Solgra, 'cause she's going to move over here towards where the bodies are. And she turns to Solgra and says, "Have little time to feel sad and to pray. Could you do a favor and pray in my stead when this is all over? Assuming you survive."
I'll try my best.
And she now says, "Really, all I can ask for." So, reveal a little bit more of the area.
Okay, I'm gonna keep heading down, I guess.
So you have the Riss Slayer in front of you, and where are the rest of you going to be?
following along.
A little bit closer, yeah.
Like lambs to the slaughter.
And you
Get that wrestler in front of me.
you hear Silaran say, lambs, pretty tasty. You don't look so tasty. No offense.
Hey. You don't know until you try, I guess.
And she says to the party, just be careful when standing on creep. It difficult to walk on. It will count as rough terrain for moving through if combat should happen.
Alright, I'm gonna move over here.
What do you mean if?
Actually, shit, I'm actually gonna move towards the center. Actually, sorry, I'll move first before we move the rest there again.
Okay.
Put it over this side.
All right. So as you move there, you at this point you have been able to see various bodies lining the walls, the floor, but unsure if you've seen all 40. It's maybe only half that. 20 bodies, some of them unconscious but look alive. At least 7 or 8 of them have already burst, for lack of a better word.
Okay. How far gone are these? Are they all past the point of any extraction?
So Syl looks across the bodies, still able to hear the risks, and says, It is shame, otherwise I would have taught you method, but all of them too far gone. There is no saving them now. If they are unconscious, then it is likely only a matter of time before... Yeah.
Okay.
Should we burn them all before they burst?
Before we burn them, I'm just gonna cut all their throats real quick. Just like push the sword to the back, cut the cord. So that's one of them.
So you do this to the first one, and swiftly end their life. And as you do it, you hear and descending from the ceiling, almost
The ceiling of this room.
almost entirely above the body that Gershaw has just ended the life of.
I guess I'll be over here then.
The Riss Slayer appears to descend from the creep, almost camouflaged perfectly until it begins to move and drop down in front of you. And now it is time to roll for initiative.
Wait,
Get that slayer by me.
Is that one Zombo or is that one the baddie?
That Zombo is mine.
The Zombo is
so the one
yours.
we see on Roll20 is Zombo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
However, where is Gershaw? Ah, there's Gershaw.
Sorry, I
Boop.
don't. Do I have a modifier for that? I don't know.
Initiative,
Your dex.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I do. Sorry. Disregard that.
Alright, which one's the one by me? Is that the one that's the enemy or?
That's Zombo.
So,
The one near Chaz is
19.
Zombo.
Okay.
alright, let me just.
Can Zombo
One of them
attack?
is Zombo.
Which one though? Let's not attack Zombo.
Can we get an icon for Zombo?
Yes, in a moment I'll do that. I just want to get everyone's initiative order first.
Okay, gotcha.
9.
Which ran down. So Gershaw rolled a 9. What else we got? Oscar
Don't say it. Fuck's sake.
rolled an 18.
What did you expect?
What's that 5 about?
Just trying to get all these written down now. So
Oh.
Solgar was a 19, Shreed was an 8. So Solgar 19, Shreed 8.
Fuck's sake.
M was a 16. And Fanny Boss, what were you?
17.
17. And then I've also got to do
That's beautiful.
Just to make sure that you're taking my second dice roll, right?
yeah, the 19.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. So that's all right. I've got initiative order loaded
Really?
up and ready. Yes.
I have a question. Was there something on my mobile feed that said I'm not affected by the terrain thing?
Yeah,
remember
I
reading
believe you
something
treat regular terrain as just sorry, difficult terrain as regular terrain because of mobile.
Okay, so it doesn't affect me at all.
I don't think so. I'll have a look in a moment. So, just marking the bad Wrist Slayer in red.
Yes.
Oh, what?
And
The zombie wants to be by me.
And the Zombo one.
Wait, there's two?
The Zombo one in green.
There's
Zombie wants to be
two?
by me. Why is it not by me?
Can we get some markings again for our friends that are unmarked?
I've marked
Yes.
myself
Yeah.
with a skull.
Let me
So,
There's two?
myself.
Silurin will have the little heart because it's an ally.
Aw.
I'll make Fanny
Okay.
Boss blue. There you go.
Hey.
All right.
I need to reload the website. It's glitching out and giving me black squares all over, but to go on, I'm just gonna be reloading.
No worries. Right, so we've got at the top of the initiative order, Silurin, who is going to face step next to Fanny Boss and this Riss, and she's going to attack with the maul, and she will hit. And she will do that'd be 13 damage. So she does 13 damage to the Wrist Slayer, and of course she herself takes some acid damage as she cracks the carapace of the Wrist Slayer with the maul, and manages to crack part of it, and is hit with a small amount of acid. That takes us to... And while I'm doing this, I meant to hit this button. There we go. Let's make everything sound cooler. So that means it's Solgra's turn.
I am going to dash to the one on my right, which will be everyone else's left. The one that's that Gershaw is next to. I have 40 feet, so that's 8 squares, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and that would be 7 squares, because it would be one diagonal. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So you don't actually need to dash then?
I do
Well,
not need to dash.
Were we not on
No.
difficult
Cool.
terrain?
That's fine. Bear with me 1 second, select move. I'm going here. Bonus action, I'm gonna rage.
Nice.
And I am going to roll to attack with my maul. depending on how this goes, I get 2 attacks per action, so...
Okay,
That one hit.
that do.
And rage damage is... Ooh, sorry, I'm having issues with copy and paste right now.
There it is.
15.
15 damage, and you will, of course, take 7 acid damage.
7 acid damage. Right, I'll sort that out after I've made my second attack. $16.
Nice. And you were going to take 9.
No, does 16 hit?
Oh, sorry, that's D20. Yeah, that's a hit.
Right, okay.
So,
14 damage.
So 15 and 14 for 29 total damage. And you take 8 more acid damage.
So 7 plus 8.
Yeah.
Cool.
So taking 29 health off of that one.
15 damage. And that is my turn over. Yep, that's my turn over.
Okay. That takes us in the initiative order to Oscar.
Yes.
Wait,
Sorry, I am just sort of finding my feet here.
Did I not roll 19?
Yeah, Capo.
Oh,
Nice.
sorry, I didn't type the 19 in. It just didn't register the 9 for some reason.
Oh, no, I am 19.
Yeah, but sorry, 19. That's my
Nice.
bad. Although, oh yeah, sorry, yeah, Oscar will come after you then. Okay, so it's Capo first, and then Oscar. So Capo, your turn.
Can I double check the Eldritch Blast? If I'm reading it correctly on my sheet, I have 2 beams for 1d10 damage each.
Okay,
Is that...
I'm loading your spell sheet up now to confirm.
It says 5th level upwards you get an extra beam, and I'm 6th level. Just want to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding.
Eldritch Blast. When you reach higher level, okay, spell creates 1/1 beam. Ah, yeah. So at 5th level, 2 beams. So on a hit, target takes 1d10 force damage. So yeah, you would do 2 of those.
Okay.
So it'd be 2d10.
But presumably I'd have to throw for each of them to hit.
Range spell attack against the target. Yeah. No. You know what? I don't know.
Well,
Do you roll multiple attacks for Eldritch Blast? It looks as if you're only casting the spell once, so you don't have to roll once.
okay. I'm gonna move into a slightly more favorable position then. In fact, I'll probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, something like that. So I can hit it from, well, a different side. And I will do a Eldritch Blast in its direction. So...
Alright.
20 plus 4. I'm gonna use inspiration for that and try that once more.
7s.
Bring him on, lads. I'm gonna use.
At least it's not a natural 7.
That's true. I'm gonna try that once more. So.
Jesus.
Well, okay.
Y'all got any more of those rerolls? If not, I can just toss one over to you.
I've got one more.
Okay.
That's my last normal inspiration. So. Could be lower than that, right? Oh, there we go. There we go.
That will hit.
Oh. And
So
then
if you're hitting it with both beams, you're hitting with 2d10 damage.
$11.
11 force damage. Okay.
That's something.
Oh no, my pen's running out and I was using them taking notes. Okay. So you fire your beams of Eldritch Blast at the creature, and it takes a solid hit on the side. But of course, you're too far away to have to cope with any kind of acid damage. It does, however, turn to you and roar. Also keeping its eye on you roar back. Okay, that brings us now to Oscar. Oh, I can't hear you.
Closer to the mic, but also to the wrist layer.
Okay.
And I am going to throw my dagger. So that's shit. Okay. Yeah.
That won't hit.
That won't hit.
No.
I didn't think so. Okay. Can I do?
Do you have an inspiration?
Do I? I don't.
I don't believe you have managed to get yourself an inspiration yet. Other people
Can
have
I go-
plenty, though.
Can I give Oscar some inspiration of mine?
You can.
Okay, reroll.
Do I reroll and then with what?
The same roll you just made. You're just rolling it again.
Oh, okay. That's better.
There you go.
That will
Well
hit.
done. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Teamwork.
Teamwork absolutely makes the dream work. Okay. So I have done that. Sorry, noob question. How many things can I do in a turn?
So you've got your that would have counted as an attack. So it means you can still do any bonus actions you might have. Oh, you've moved and attacked. So you've still got bonus actions and interactions available to you.
You got to roll for damage.
You've also got to roll for the damage on the daggers.
I'm gonna roll for the damage on the daggers. Yes, sorry. I am getting there. Okay, give me a moment.
So on that print screen that I said,
Yes,
The-
in the actions, right?
and you see the damage. Although I don't
Yeah.
know how effective seeing as you throwing the weapon, would it count as the same damage?
That is.
The damage on a dagger is the same if you throw it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
It should be 1d4 plus 4. If it's the same as my old daggers.
No, it's
I've
one
got
it's
1d4 plus 3.
1d4 plus 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you'd roll that. So just you can
Yep.
yeah you can
Sorry.
include. Remember that because you've thrown that dagger, you have to pick it back up before you equip it again.
Yeah. So
Right,
the,
okay.
So the dagger flies through the air, straight and true, and pierces the chitin of the wrist slayer in the side of its elongated head, and acid spills out around it, and you can see that it's beginning to corrode the dagger. And but you do deal that 6 damage to it.
Lovely.
You still have bonus actions, and I believe your bardic inspiration is a bonus action.
Is it?
It is.
Okay.
As a bonus, a creature other than you within 60 feet that can hear you gains inspiration die, which is a 1d8 for 10 minutes. The creatures can add it to their ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
Amazing. Do I have to choose a specific person for that? Or-
Yes, yeah. It can be anybody but you.
It can be anybody but me. Can I give that to Gersha?
Oh hell yeah!
You most certainly could.
Yes.
That'll be
okay.
great. Turning a 7 to a 15.
Imagine if it doesn't hit. Even with the bardic inspiration.
Oh no.
So
Every roll, just one civic roll.
you just
Okay.
you get to use it once. It gains an inspiration die. So for the next 10 minutes, you can add it at any time to an ability check, an attack roll, or a saving throw. But you can only use it once.
Okay.
So I've also done you a favour and I've ticked off one of the uses of the Bardic Inspiration on your character sheet.
Okay, thank you.
Because
Sorry.
you have 2 more of those that you can use before a long rest, before a short rest.
Okay,
Uh,
getting there. Thank you.
no worries. Sorry, I threw some heavy combat at you into a new player.
All good. All good.
But no, that was a good first round of combat. Your only things you can do after interactions, which would be like interacting with an object, picking something up, putting something down, changing weapons and stuff. So you could still decide to equip a different weapon now that you've lobbed your dagger.
Right, yes. Can I equip the throwing hammers?
Yes. So you've got those ready for your next turn now.
Lovely. Thank you. I think that's me.
Yeah, that'll be everything you can do. So that brings us down to Fanny Boss.
Woo. Well, you know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna give out a great old smacking.
I would recommend. Did you already ignite your blade?
Does that take an entire turn?
That takes a bonus action to ignite
Okay,
the
I'll
flame
use my
tongue.
bonus action to attack.
Okay, so
That
you're
work, yeah?
you say the activation word, which is just ignite in Dwarven, and the
Okay.
flame bursts forth and surrounds the entire blade, and you now have this very bright, very fiery greatsword, which both wrists on either side of you have spotted, and like it's turned their attention directly towards you as they fear it. So that's your bonus action. So
Yeah. Then I'm just gonna roll 2 hit. Okay. So that's +8. So the first attack, it's a 13.
that is not gonna hit.
Right. No. Fuck.
Oof.
That's bad.
Do you have any inspiration left?
I do.
You might want to use that right now.
I'm gonna use it.
That will hit! Way!
Hey. And I'm assuming because it's got fire now, so that's 4d6 plus 5.
Yes. Roll them separately for me because they've got
Roll them
weakness to fire, so I need to increase that damage.
Right. That's 2d6 plus 5, that's the base.
So that's 9 regular.
So, and then the 2d6.
You need the space.
Yep. And +4. No, it's not bad. 13.
Okay, which becomes 8 fire damage.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So that's 17 overall damage to the wrist slit.
Hehe.
Okay. So you bring down the flaming greatsword and cut in to the flesh and chitin of the wrist slayer. It screeches as you burn it using the flame tongue blade and cut into it. You actually manage to cauterize the wound a small amount, negating some of that acid splash damage coming your way. And so you're going to take you're only going to take 4 acid damage.
Nice.
And the wrist rolls in agony as you cut into it.
Awesome.
So, oh wait, no, I calculated the wrong one. You're hitting the other one, aren't you? So that's minus 18. No, minus 17. Cool. So yeah, it's angry. Although Silurin sees you doing this, and in the midst of battle, she gives you a wry smile of approval, watching as you cut into the wrist slayer. And You got anything else you want to do on your turn?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay, so that brings us to the Wrist Slayer that is currently fighting Gershaw and that particular side of the room. And it is not happy in the slightest. It's very, very upset. And it is going to start by attacking Solgra and Gershaw. And so it's going to go for Solgra first with its bite, which it... Does a 27 hit?
Yeah.
And that's going to hit for 15 piercing damage and 4 acid damage. The piercing damage, because you're raging, will be halved, so it's going to be 7 piercing damage and 4 acid damage. And it's going to go with the claws against Gershaw, and it rolls an 18.
It hits.
And it hits you for 10 damage of slashing damage. And it's going to swipe the other claw at you, and that hits. And it's going to do another 9 damage.
Fuck, man.
And it screeches as it attacks you. And that brings us to M's turn.
Hello. I'm gonna move somewhere. I'm gonna move near Sharid. On the other side, actually. Yes. And
What's up?
I've got my hand crossbows, and I'm gonna try and shoot at the one that's down on that side.
Okay. So you're going to use the first crossbow with... It's going to be sneak attack as well, so roll with advantage. So this is for crossbow number 1.
Do I get advantage on both?
You don't need to roll that again. Well, roll it again in case you get critical, but yeah, you got to roll advantage on
Yeah.
both. So just do crossbow number 1 first. Okay, so you've definitely hit, but there's no crit there. So roll your damage for the crossbow plus your sneak attack damage.
Give me a sec. 3d6, yes. That's so bad.
So that is 8 damage to that wrist slayer. Unfortunate, but still, it's damage. And you can still do
Other
your
crossbow?
other bonus attack with your other crossbow. Yeah.
Does that get advantage?
Yes, still sneaking. They effectively happen at the same time. You just got to roll them as separate attacks. So you're using an action and a bonus action.
13. $19.
That's a hit.
I take that one.
And
If I had a critical on this one, I already used my sneak attack. I'd be so pissed.
you still get your sneak attack damage on this one, don't you? Oh no, you do.
I think it's once per turn.
Once per turn, yeah. So roll your regular damage. That's
5,
another 5 damage. So overall, that's not bad.
13.
Oh, that didn't register. Oops. There we go. So the as you roll behind Sharid and cock the crossbows, firing both hand crossbows directly at the wrist slayer, firing true on target, you manage to shoot the wrist slayers in the... Where's my button? And then
That's me.
the acid oozes around the bolts as they melt and disintegrate to the ground. The wrist slayer does in fact roar loudly in pain.
I'm gonna use whatever reaction or thing that I have left to, what do you say it? Reload. And I think I can only do one
You can only
now,
do, yeah, you
so
can
I'll
only
do the
use
next one.
Yeah, you can use your interaction to do one now.
Perfect, so I'll do one now and the other one next time.
Okay. That brings us to Gershur.
All right. I have an idea, but it's like, oh, does it work?
The Slayer's not going to hear you out.
No.
Use the Zombo however you want.
All right. So the Zombo has the flame pack on, right?
Oh,
Could I
God,
grab
yes.
the nozzle and then fire it at the Slayer in front of me, therefore killing it like the others?
Yeah, you'd have to use it as an interaction to actually grab the nozzle from the pack and then use it as an actual action to fire it. The fire's going to act as a spell. So the spell is actually going to be...
Kind of spell, because it did a lot of damage. If the average Slayer's health is like, was it 100, 200?
It is going to be essentially the same as Immolation? Yeah, Immolation.
Remember to make sure you aim it very specifically so we don't accidentally TPK.
Yeah.
Okay, so you aim at the Wrist Slayer in front of you. It has... Okay, it's a range / area, so let me work this out for you. So flames wreath out from the brass nozzle of the flame pack, engulfing the Wrist Slayer in front of you. The target must make a dexterity saving throw, and the burning target will also shed bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. And at the end of each of its turns, it has to repeat the saving throw, taking more damage. So this has only got, you imagine from the weight of the pack, only 2 more charges at most of oil left in it.
Okay.
So it makes its dex saving throw, which I'm going to roll for it now. So the spell attack is it's going to be high. Okay. So
How much damage are we talking here? I'm like, is this the most damage I'm ever going to do in the game?
alright, it fails. However, let me just check the map again for what we're doing. Ooh, okay, that is just about gonna miss Capo and Solgra, so they're both safe from the flames, because it goes 30 feet.
Yeah.
So it would go as far as it's gonna streak past Capo, the flames are. And the Wrist Slayer is going to now take, as I read it, is going to now take 8d6 fire damage.
Jesus.
Damn.
And that's doubled, isn't it? Because it's weak to fire.
Yeah,
Fuck.
That's a lot of damage.
that's a lot of
How much
damage.
damage did you do?
8d6.
Roll 8d6.
Plus,
Roll
like,
it,
times
wait.
by 2.
But you haven't rolled.
No, not yet. Do I need to roll now?
You need to roll now. You need to roll the damage from the flame pack.
I'm 8d6.
I'll put some better dice in the chat.
27. So plus
52?
54.
54? Oh my god,
54.
please, no.
It takes
54 damage.
The math wasn't a fluke when you were selling that book, I swear.
Wait, what?
You
Are we
thought
still
that
on
27 times 2 was 52.
Bruh.
Are we still on this?
No.
It's been 3 fucking months.
I think
It's not
we're
even
back
my
now.
turn. It's not even my turn. Shut up.
Right. It's 54 damage. That's a lot of damage.
It is. My brain's broken from this. I need to actually use the calculator.
I can just
Do you
tell
need
you
help,
assuredly it's
Briggy?
not 52.
I was doing it in my head, and now I'm just like, I can't even.
When Solrus done quite a lot of damage to it, and then Caporius did 11 damage to it with the Eldritch Blast.
Okay, so the Wrist Slayer, it howls in pain as you engulf it in the flames, and it flails wildly as it tries to react and attack the nearest thing to it, swiping blindly as its body goes up in flames. It's not done though.
Okay.
It's not dead.
And-
So at the end of each of its turns, the target repeats the saving throw. Okay, remember that. So let me just.
At the end of the turn, the target has to take the same damage.
And at the end of its turn, it has to make the same saving throw, and if it fails, it takes another 4d6 fire damage on a failed save. And the spell ends on a successful save. The magical. These are flames are technically magical, and they cannot be extinguished by non-magical means.
Okay. I'm going to use my bonus action then. Like, can I see if it's like super weak or not, or is it still going strong?
So I'm just looking to see if there's like a fire icon. Why is there no fire icon? Or at least I can't see one. We'll go with that little haze. So he's on fire, just to remind me.
Yeah.
So what do you want to do with your bonus action?
So I'm going to enter rage to protect everybody and myself as well from slashing and piercing and bludgeoning.
Okay. I think that ends your turn.
It does.
Alright, that brings us down to Sharid's turn.
Oh, okay. I feel bad. Can I use my interaction to help reload M's other crossbow? Since we're right beside each other.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go for it.
Alright, that saves me some karma, so next time I make fun of your math, I'm safe. I'm gonna...
I mean, if you want to keep helping, you can keep making fun of me, that's fine.
So whatever you're doing as your main turn here, as your interaction, you're sort of whirling around and like just jamming another crossbow bolt into the one that M hasn't done. You can manage to like just do it with one hand, slap it into the crossbow, and it looks mostly loaded to you, as best you can tell.
Okay.
Thank you, Sharid.
Then for my action, I'm gonna cast Flaming Sphere and yeet it right beside. How do I do this? 1 second. I'm gonna put it down in that corner, and I will give it a radius. There you go.
Nice. I like that I can keep track of your crazy spells now.
Wait, I can't see the radius.
Okay, no, I
That's
can.
The red.
There's a red circle around it. I'll figure out between sessions why you're not seeing all the things, but I can see it at least, so yeah.
Okay.
So that's gonna do how much damage? 2d6.
Does it have to roll a save, or does it just do it automatically?
14 dex.
14 dex, so rolling for the Slayer. It does not pass.
Okay.
That's lucky because it's got a really high dex.
Okay, so it's a 2d6 fire.
Alright, roll your... So that's 8, so that's going to be 16 damage.
And then I use my bonus action to control Zombo and give the new order, which is attack any wrist slayers in sight.
Okay, so...
Attack the closest wrist slayer in sight.
I have been debating this entire time how I'm going to run this for attacks, because the Zombo doesn't... What does the Zombo get to do in terms of attacks? Is it anything it would normally be able to do?
Nah, it's just like a normal slap, that's it.
Alright, so it's going to claw at the other wrist slayer, and it's going to hit, and it's going to do 9 damage to it.
Good job, Zombo.
And how much HP does the Zombo have?
It's up to the DM, I have no idea.
Okay, I'm not giving it... I'm going to give it like 10% of its original health.
That's fair.
For it is only
It's
a
like
Zombo.
20 on health.
Still not bad.
It is, however, immune to acid damage, so even though the acid pours out, it just rolls off the zombified carapace. So what's...
And I'm just gonna move, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll move over here. And that's it.
Okay. Right, and that brings us to... Risk number 2. So the one you've just moved closer to. it is going to move just over here, out of the range of that little fired spell. And it is going to attack both Fanny Boss and Syl. And... no, it's not. What it is going to do is it's going to fire out of combat at Sharid.
God damn it.
And I need Sharid to make a DC 14 Dex saving throw.
What is my dex save?
PTSD.
PTSD. That's all. Dude, the double PTSD. Not only do you get ceilinged, I get acided.
Oh,
19.
no. He makes it.
He does in fact make it. So he'll be taking 20 acid damage.
Okay.
Oh.
That's
How'd you
scary.
guys have enough HP to take hits like that? Dear God.
I
So
have a
it's
lot
like-
of temp HP.
So the wrist,
Like spitting acid at Sharid.
the wrist slayer, after being the fire, the berry got cast and moved, took note of Sharid and spat at him long distance with the acid spray, and managed to hit him just barely. You were glanced for 20 acid damage, and that, I believe, is that it? Take up its entire turn. It does, which sends us back to the top of the initiative table. And it's now going to be Syl's turn, and she again is going to heft that maul. She, Fanny Boss is the only one that can see this, but she's looking a little worse for wear. She's sweating profusely and panting, but she's still going at it with that maul, and she brings that maul down on that wrist slayer's head. Yep. Okay. So she absolutely whacks it, crack, in the face, and manages to knock it off kilter slightly, doing only 5 damage with the maul. Boy, I'm glad I'm not a player with these dice. So she hits that one for 5 damage.
And she said she could solo kill these things. But
Sharid! Wow!
I mean, she is currently infected, so probably not having her best day. So she hits it for 5 damage. She's going to take another... she's going to take another 9 acid damage.
When you take more damage than you deal.
Yeah. You can see her...
Guys, leave her alone.
You can see her gritting her teeth through the pain as the acid sort of begins to melt away at the steel pauldron that she's wearing, and eventually it falls to the floor. And she pants heavily and tries to go in for a second attack, and she tries to raise them all under the wrist slayer's chin to like knock its head up, and she manages to do it. This time around, dealing 16 damage to it.
Claps in chat, please.
She will, however, take another 4 acid damage. That must have just hit the a lot more of the chitin. And so, where is Roll20? So she's quite happy with herself at that hit, and she lets out a Gith war cry, which is just a shrill screech as she raises the maul above her head again, ready for another blow. That brings us down to who was first on that list? Solgra.
Time to smacky smack.
So go ahead, you can smacky smack that wrist slayer. That will hit. 14 damage. So the Slayer is going to screech and howl at you mightily as you twack it with that big old war maul.
Twack it.
Twack it, yeah.
What kind of word is twack?
It's onomatopoeia.
Were you trying to say like whack and twat at the same time?
And thwack. All three simultaneously. It's a three-pronged onomatopoeia for the state at which you hit this sucker. So that's your main turn. What do you want to do for your bonus action? Are you going in for a second attack?
I have a second attack because I do 2 attacks per turn.
Okay, go ahead.
Nope, that is the wrong one.
That will not hit.
Darn it. Now, how much acid damage do I do from the first hit?
Okay, so from the first hit, you are going to take 9 acid damage. And I see you in chat, Coffee, taking the mick out of the words that I use for my onomatopoeia.
Section. There's frenzy attack as well.
Okay.
While in a frenzy, you can make a single melee weapon attack as a bonus action on each of your turns after this one.
So that was part of it. You already raged last turn, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could make a bonus attack action now. Roll again.
Cool.
That's gonna hit.
Cool.
And you take 7 acid damage. Now, how do you want to do this?
Oh. Raise the maul above my head and just like slam it down as hard as I physically can. Just to see how much of a dent I can make in its stupid shiny skull.
Okay. So you bring this warhammer down violently on top of its head, and it slams the wrist slayer as it screams its last. As you make connection with the floor, your warhammer caves in the skull of the slayer inward, crunching it inward, and a pool of acid begins to spill across the floor between you, Sharid, and the zomboed Riss. And you note that as it spills across the floor, after it sizzles a little while, it becomes inert. And that will end your turn. Bear in mind, guys, there's still another one. So...
Yeah, but that's one done.
That is one
That was a
dead.
lot faster as well.
Yeah, and 7 more in the other room. Let's go, team.
So that one's dead now. So it is whose turn is it now? It is Capo's turn.
Um, 120 feet. That is.
I won't help you.
It's not even hard. 24 squares, right?
Yep.
That's I can very much reach that by the looks of it.
Oh yeah.
Maybe. And it's hard to see. My screen is having all the strokes, but yeah. Okay. I will, from position, I think I have a clear enough line of sight. Shoot another Eldritch Blast, but this time at the other beast.
All right.
Nice. Oh.
Give us a spell attack roll then.
Let's do 2. Hang on. 20. Okay, I only have the guardy one, so that's that.
Oh, do we have to pull a card? Are you using your card?
That doesn't even have
I
a chance to do
have-
enough, does it?
I have 2 inspiration. I give 1.
Okay,
Right.
there you go, Capo. You can roll again.
I'm not very happy about it, but I'm gonna do it.
I shall. I appreciate that.
I want it back.
Use your cardic on that one though.
Will that be enough to actually get it up there?
If you get a
It
10,
might be.
yeah.
And if you get
Yeah,
it to
okay,
it.
go on. A cardic inspiration.
Okay.
Where is it?
I mean, from what I've gathered, their armor class is probably around 16, 17. I don't know.
16 at least.
16. Okay. So you need to get 8 minimum, which gives you a good like 30, is that like good 40% chance.
It's a 9!
Hey.
Okay. Disaster averted. So I do damage, I suppose. So roll 2d8. Let me double check that. No, 2d10. 2d8. 2d10. I'm not typing. Hang on.
Yeah, it's 2d10.
Um, 6.
Okay, that's 6
Mighty disappointing.
6 force damage on this Slayer. So you
And then-
you raise your hands to fire this this Eldritch Blast, and it smacks across the room, and the Slayer roars as you hit it and glance it on the side. It turns its head towards you, trying to figure out what it's going to do between you and the giant flamey sword that's next to it.
Okay, and as a bonus action, I would kindly like to cast a healing light. I think on Solgra, because she probably needs it most, and we're bonding, so like I'm not gonna let this opportunity get to waste. So I can heal 1d6 basically.
All right, roll for it, and then Solgar can add it into the health pool.
2.
You get 2 hit points. It's like 2 good berries.
I
What are
just
these
nod at
screws,
you.
dude?
I nod at you in recognition.
All right, that brings us to Oscar.
Yes. I would like to throw my light hammer at the one on. Sorry. Yes, I need to move a little bit closer. Apologies. Yes. I would like to throw my light hammer.
Just yeet.
Just yeet. Yeah, I'm just gonna yeet it. Give me 1 second. I have too many tabs open. Okay. So that's gonna be.
So you're going to be rolling a d20 plus 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, shit.
That hits. That hits.
That's Mjolnir right there with 122.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
fucking
Down.
Oh,
Nat
critical!
20.
Claps in chat.
Okay, so
Claps.
your maximum damage output is 3.
Okay.
So you're gonna roll 1d4 minus 1 plus 3.
This is amazing.
It's gonna be the
Minus 1 plus 3.
Claps.
We'll take it.
That's how to get 8. Nice.
Okay.
no. That
that's
plus
the
3 was the that is full crit damage as the 4
Oh,
with the light hammer being thrown. So
Like a balloon hammer.
I'm still gonna count that as an 8 because it was epic. I'm sorry, I meant to be consistent with this stuff, but it just feels too low for a crit. I'm gonna give it an 8.
Cool. Roll a call.
Can I possibly also do a vicious mockery?
That would be one action. I don't think you have an action left.
Oh, I see. Right. I understand.
Yeah, vicious mockery is one action. Yeah.
Oh, it's an action. Okay. Right. Because I thought it was. Yeah.
No.
Sure.
Your spells, when you click on them in D&D Beyond, will tell you the casting time, and if it says one bonus action, you can still do it, but the one action ones will require a whole action to do.
Yes. Sorry. Okay. Can I retrieve the hammer?
You've already moved, so I mean, you could use your bonus action to move in your interaction to pick it up, but it would be you having to move into the attack range of that Wrist Slayer to do it. It's currently sat next to the Wrist Slayer. It sort of bounced off of the carapace. You still could
Awesome.
you could still throw a bardic inspiration at somebody if you wanted to, though. That's a bonus action.
That is what I shall do. I'm not sure who is who. Who is blue there? Sorry.
Blue is Fanny Bus.
I'm gonna throw an inspiration at Fanny Boss.
There you go. You can now add a D8 roll to any kind of roll that you have to do for the next 10 minutes.
Briggy,
Yeah.
before the thing, I just read Ancestral Protectors again. So obviously, anyone who gets hit apart from me gets a they have to throw with disadvantage.
Yeah.
So as in, like, the risk they have to throw disadvantage.
Yeah.
Turns out the resistance is damage dealt by the attack, so it can be any damage, including acid damage resistance.
Ah. Worth
And
knowing.
magic and everything else.
There you go.
You're welcome, guys.
My English.
That's definitely useful. It would have been worth knowing that at the beginning of the encounter.
Sorry, Well, hey, no, actually, no one was attacked outside of things with whatever. Like, outside of me using rage.
Shareed with an acid splash.
True, so that should have been halved. Fuck.
Too late. We'll
You
just
sure
have to,
about this?
just have to remember.
Yeah, I'm just reading it now. While raging, the first creature to hit you with an attack. Oh, fuck.
It's okay. I just lost 10 HP. I just lost the stuff that QD gave me.
So moving on from while Charles reads his own rules again, and I'll check those in a bit. Fanny Boss, it's your turn.
Oh yeah. The exact same fucking thing.
All right.
Oh yeah. Alright, push roll. 20.
That's gonna hit.
Do I roll for both of them and then roll damage, or?
Roll damage for this, and then roll again to attack afterwards.
Okay. So, we're doing the 2d6 plus thing, and then
Yeah.
add the thing in it, yeah. 2d6. 12.
That's- So,
Nice.
then minus 18 for that fire damage. Alright, it is not looking good for this Wrist Slayer. It's definitely gonna roar at you as you
That might be.
as you get that fiery sword jabbing and cutting it. What do you want to do next?
At the exact same time.
Alright, roll to hit.
– 23.
That's gonna hit.
Oh yeah. I'll do d6. That's 9. Alright.
Okay, Fanny Boss. How do you want to do this?
I'm just gonna straight up just like cut its fucking head off.
There's a lot of decapitation in this campaign.
Yeah.
Alright, describe to me the decapitation of the
It's
Wrist Slayer.
swing thy large sword round towards its face. Just below the face, you know, that bit's called the neck. And it goes through the neck and then its head falls off. and hits the floor at some point.
So, Fanibos, this dwarf with his epic, fiery greatsword swings heavily, catching the wrist slayer as it screeches upwards directly in the neck. Dragging with some resistance, you just pull the sword through, severing the spinal column and taking its head clean off as acid sprees in the air, but becomes inert very quickly. And even though you're hit by the liquid, it sizzles slightly, not doing any real damage to you. And as the head topples off the slayer, its body slumps to the floor. Syl turns to look at you with the hammer still raised high and just begins to cheer for you, like, that was excellent, my favorite death.
I just do that.
All right.
And with that, the room falls silent. If only for
Well.
the ambiance throughout the room.
That was something else. I'm gonna proceed to continue cutting the throats of everybody who's still alive, who's not.
Can I perception check the ceiling first, just like there's not any other ones hiding? No one's actually done that still.
Roll perception for me then, Kappa, since you're having a good look around.
I say I won't cut that yet. I'm gonna wait until.
20.
Okay, looking around, you can't discern what might be Wrist Slayer and what might not be Wrist Slayer against the creep. Nothing stands out to you as an obvious target though over any other part of the creep. It's all very well camouflaged as their own habitat. You do notice that to the southmost part of the catacombs there is a fairly hefty broken wall. It's crumbled and dirt spills onto the slabs below.
Okay.
And allow me to reveal a little bit more of that for Capo right now.
Yeah. I assume Gersha is doing his thing, but I try and catch the attention of the party members.
So Syl's already following you down there to have a look herself and politely waiting for the rest of the party. She's looking, she's not looking so hot right now. Em?
I don't want to loot the bodies for once. I need to pee.
Okay, go pee.
Okay, thank you.
We'll have a quick
Loot
break.
the bodies.
We are, yeah, loot the wrist slayers.
Do it now. Do it now.
While that's happening, I actually do want to loot the wrist layer. I want to cut its tail off and keep it.
Okay, yeah, it's going to take you, a few minutes to cut through it. It's fairly thick and resilient chitin that connects the tail to the
What
body.
if my hands were made of fire? Would that make it quicker?
Only a little bit. It's going to take a short while for you to get through it. I'm like maybe 2 to 5 minutes while the rest of the party are sort of dusting themselves off. So you'll manage to get it. But it's going to stop you from really
While that
getting to do
happens-
much else.
While that happens, I'm just gonna send my fireberry with 50 seconds left on it to just yeet as much creep and bodies against the wall as I can see.
Okay,
on the right side.
so Sharid has just started a small fire along the eastern wall of the catacombs as creep begins to burn and smolder. So yeah, that's working its way through. You hear a few screams as those that were still alive but hadn't yet burst immediately regain consciousness and begin to howl as they are engulfed by the flames.
God damn it.
I'm just gonna sit here and eat my good berry that Sharid gave me
Right,
a while ago. Like, don't really give a shit to this.
Like,
There's
Real
some kind
talk.
of prescience that nobody really understands. I give a thumbs up from behind and can, without even looking, I just sense the good berry being eaten.
Whenever you think whenever like someone eats a good berry, your wings just like vibrate slightly.
Yeah. I like it.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
can that be canon?
I mean, if you want it to be canon, it can be canon.
What are you saying, Gersha?
If I kill any more people, well, obviously there's been no risk slayers that descended down because of the fire, deaths and screaming. So I'm going to continue cutting the throats and stuff like that, and then you know, use a torch to then set alight the creep on that side to burn away the bodies.
Okay, so as you guys are burning things, what are the rest of the party doing? Corporius, Syl is with you, sort of looking at this cavernous entrance.
Before he burns the body, can I ask if the people were wearing clothes?
They're covered in creep.
They are covered in creep by... It's if you wanted to loot every single body, which, again, doesn't feel like anything anyone in a neutral or good alignment would do, it would take a lot of time.
Okay, never mind, burn them.
I'll just hang out while we go on.
So,
That's okay, burn them, it's fine.
Fanny Boss, what are you doing?
Not much.
That is fair. You are basking in the glory of your kill.
Yeah, I'm having a dance.
Yeah. Oscar, what are you doing?
What am I doing? That's a really good question. I don't know. Sorry.
That's fine. You guys have had a bit of a hectic time with combat, and Syl is currently hanging out with Corporius as they edge closer and closer to the cavern. And she looks up at the dragon man and says, "That cavern, it gives me the bad vibes, as you might say. I don't know if we are prepared for this, but my time it draws close. I would like to know what it is that we may face before I die."
Well, we have come this far. We might as well continue on. We back out now. We're all still standing.
I'm happy to move forward as well.
No. You're further.
Oh, no,
You're still in the midst of burning things. You don't have omniscience.
No.
Okay, so Syl and Capo move to the entrance of the cavern. And as you reach the entrance of the cavern, it takes a moment for your eyes to settle on the darkness. But eventually, it comes into stark focus as the chamber ahead of you becomes more visible.
Okay, yes.
Monka ass.
I check the ceiling.
There is nothing on the ceiling.
Okay.
Syl looks out across the chamber and says, "That is a lot of eggs, but I do not feel as if this was the work of a queen or a matriarch. There's usually thousands of eggs when in dealing with a proper hive. This is puppy hive."
I thought they were bushes and you were all like, okay, and I couldn't understand why.
Can I walk up to one of them?
Yes! Yes, you can! Please, be my guest!
No.
Yes!
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
How long before what's her name turns?
You don't know.
Okay.
You don't know.
I'm going by what, like, Rebecca might be an unreliable narrator, but I'm going by the fact that she's been alone for, wait, let me
3
get my
days
notes.
yesterday.
3 days. So yesterday, so it's 4 days, and it's
4 to 7
around
days.
5 to 7 full days. So, but
At
I
least
have my
a
hammer,
day.
and I will smash her face in if needs be.
Nice.
Okay.
Can we make her a zombie after? She's nice.
She's not really gonna have the same kind of like
Vibes.
Vibe.
vibe.
Yeah,
Won't be as
but when
cute as
she's a,
Dumbo.
I will not ask you as some. Oh, it's
Can we
okay.
set
We'll
this-
figure it out when she's dead.
Can we set this room on fire somewhat easily? I'm sure you brought your forbidden
she looks
side
at
of plants.
she looks at Caporius and says, "This may take longer than I have left to live." And then she asks you, "Do any of your friends know detect good and evil or similar spells?"
Now, the bard might. I'm not
The
sure,
bard
actually.
might. I have a name.
And Syl turns to Oscar and says, "Oscar, yes, Oscar. Do you know spells for good and evil?"
I know. I think I do. I know identify. I don't know that. Probably not.
I'm scrolling through to your spells. As DM, I can tell you
No,
don't know that spell.
Objects. No, I do not know that spell. Do I know anything similar? I don't think so.
No.
No, I do not.
She says, that is too bad. It could help me identify where grub lives in my body.
Could we do a medicine check?
Wait, I have fairy. I mean, I can't
Read.
hear, but like out of character, I do have fairy fire that could illuminate. Maybe.
I'm next to Sharid, so I'm like, maybe Sharid knows it. No, I'm next to Capo and the lady, so I might be listening.
She looks at you and says, "What? The birdman? Yes, tall man with the beak and
Birdman.
the wings."
Yeah, the good one.
And she yells across the room to you, pronouncing your name in perfect Aarakocran after hearing it only once, including the pop and everything, and says, "Do you have detection magic of some variety?"
I have a fairy fire. It can highlight things in range.
She says, "I am not
Might help.
familiar with this fairy's fire, but perhaps it is worth try."
Sure. I ask her to come over, maybe. Have I finished cutting the tail off?
You're still cutting the tail off. You're just responding. So she walks over to stand with you as you're cutting the tail off. She looks down and sees what you're doing, and she's like, "Oh, very, very clever. The tail will make a good weapon."
Yeah, I think so too. I cast fairy fire on her. So it should be anything within 20 feet of her should be illuminated now.
So as you cast fairy fire, you illuminate her body, and you're able to see a glowing outline where she stands. And it takes you a bit of time because you're also concentrating on trying to cut through the tail to take it. And but you can see the very interesting and weird shape of something much larger than you expected from a grub, sitting somewhere in the region of his stomach.
I think other people can see it as well, so I'll just point it out.
And she looks down and says, "Yes, I did have a guess that it was around here. It's not very comfortable."
Do you think we could cut it out and then immediately heal you afterwards?
And she says, "Well, 'tis worth trying. I'm dead either way."
Yes.
We need some slicey slice.
She says,
Can't wait.
She says to you, "It is not something you should get used to. It is uniquely a Gith quality that we do not want to protect the progeny of the death ones.
Understood.
And others
I prepped
others
a
will not
bottle
be so
of-
calm."
I prep 1 bottle of good berry juice and I create a better berry.
Okay, so she
Do I need to roll anything? My rolls have been so
yeah,
bad.
in a minute.
evening.
So she does say, before we do this, it is worth mentioning, Dragonman has not said anything, but there is a whole cavern of eggs. If I do not survive this plan, we will say plan. If I do not survive this plan, I expect you will burn the nest, yes?
I can light 100
Yes.
feet on fire at once. It should be okay.
You might need to do harder than that. Solgar?
Can I just walk up to Silaran and say,
It looks like that. It's pretty.
I don't know what gods you Gith have, but I pray to Red Eye that you fight another day, and then just kind of wander off.
And she chuckles and says, gods, I remember gods. Redite is pansy. Gith kill gods. Gith kill lots of things.
I love this.
She's great. I hope she lives.
I use all of my bardic inspiration to make sure that I do okay. I mean, I only need to cut her open, so it doesn't matter. Then you guys need to fix
Can
her.
I prepare a cure wounds on top of the berry juice to, I don't know, assist in any way?
Okay, so Syl lays down on the ground and steels herself for what's about to happen. The first thing that's going to happen is Em is going to do the incision. Yes, Em?
Before I do this, is the thing gonna come out and jump on my face? Because I've had stuff super close to my face constantly.
Who
It seems to
knows?
be a day of return of PTSD, so, I mean, yes.
Do we have
She-
anyone?
Syl looks at Em and says, do be careful when cutting. It's likely alive.
Me too. Okay.
I'm gonna pre-prep a chill touch, which is like a, I don't know, external ghostly skeletal hand to grab it if it's gonna run away or jump out.
Can someone have some fire ready for the thing?
Is the grub an animal?
No.
Don't befriend it. Or
What is
something.
what is the definition it goes by for? It's usually beast, right? For things like animal friendship. So it's not a beast. For all future references, I will let you know that it is an aberration.
So you can't be friends with an aberration.
No.
Why? How an aberration? Sorry.
Okay, so you are
Is
going
someone
to...
ready to help me in case, by the way, before everyone thinking about the lady? The lady's not in your fucking party.
I
I am.
The fires
Could
should
be.
still be going. Technically, like, out of character, the fires should still be going. So, if you catch it, you can just lob it into the fire. I'll show you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just
sounds
lie
good.
and king the shit out of it and. Okay.
Circle of life.
All right, so the
So
first thing...
I put the better berry for her to just keep in her mouth, bite down when needed, and then I prepare the other stuff.
Okay, so
hands-free.
you are going to make a... What roll is this gonna be? If you want to cut it out, it's gonna have to be an attack roll. If you want to cut it out carefully, it's gonna have to be a medicine roll.
What's the difference?
One has a better chance of survival for a certain, apparently, favourite NPC Gith.
So medicine. I'll do a medicine roll.
You
Okay.
have enough inspiration to go around.
I do have a couple inspiration and a couple of bardic, I think.
Yes, you do.
Cardic, not bardic.
Cardic
What
inspiration,
did I
yes.
say? Cardic, yes. What is
That's
it?
not bad.
That is a 16.
She good?
So the rules are, I can't tell you the outcome until you've chosen to use any kind of inspiration.
I'll use the cardic inspiration.
Alright.
One of them. I mean, it's at least gonna add to it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's gonna be a +4. So it's gonna be a 20.
Nice.
Okay, so you very carefully use your magical daggers, the glass elven daggers, and you begin to make an incision in Syl's stomach. As you make the incision, the the green fluorescent blood of the Githyanki begins to pour down either side of her stomach as you open the incision. Syl bites down on the betterberry, attempting not to scream, although she's holding herself together quite well. And as you open her up, the creature inside her leaps out of her chest. Also, very nastily sort of ripping parts of her flesh in the process, but not a lot.
How big is it?
It is...
Is it caught by my chill touch?
It does not have chance to be caught by your kill touch. Kill touch? Chill touch. As it jumps out, it sees the danger surrounding it in its infant life, and it phases out of reality and phases back into reality closer to the entrance of the catacombs and begins to scurry quickly up the stairs and away from you.
Misty Step. Can I catch it? Do I want to catch it? Do we want to kill it? What we do?
I mean, it's gonna grow into something larger.
So
And give
we wanna
Yankee
catch
here.
it. Yeah, we want to catch it.
Okay.
Syl is currently bleeding out.
Yeah. I'm gonna cast a healing flame. No, what? A cure wounds, level 2.
Healing
You know
flame!
what?
Yeah.
I will burn you to life!
Yeah, the
I mean,
better berry that you
I
ate
don't
was
know what
also cure wounds, just flavor texted.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that was during. She's still bleeding out now, so there's going to need to be a further.
I just like slosh some good berry juice on the wound to see if that heals it up.
It's an automatic hit, right?
Yeah.
Hit. The most aggressive healer.
Flame heal.
I slapped my homie for 2d6 healing damage.
Wait, hang on. I missed some things.
Nice.
Okay, you managed to stabilize her and seal up the wound, although she's looking pretty weak, and it looks like it took a lot of effort just for remaining alive during that. And with the last of her consciousness before passing out, she looks at the party and says, "Make sure you burn the eggs. You cannot catch the creature that left me. It is Gith in nature. It will phase walk to another plane." And with that, she passes out.
she passes out. Is she dead? Did I waste my Cardic inspiration? For her
No,
to die
she's
anyway?
she's very much alive. She's stable, but she's not conscious.
Okay, that's okay. Just checking. So we can't. There's no point in going after the thing.
Yeah, she told you it will likely phase walk its way somewhere else.
Okay.
And some of the party may be familiar with the idea of phase shifting, but not massively. I don't know. I can't remember who of you knows about it.
I have no idea.
Yeah. All you saw is it blinked out of existence and then blinked back into existence further away.
Can I not do the same thing?
You can phase step.
Which is not.
It's not the same as, like, plane walking.
Okay. Yeah.
You've heard of plane walking, though. You know that it means more than just visiting the Fae.
Okay. Yeah.
Sure is. Shall we look into burning these?
Yeah, so I put a test berry there just to see what 100-foot radius is. It's pretty big. I think you can plant
Okay.
growth the entire thing and then light it on fire.
Okay. You succeed in your setup. It's been very quiet since you performed that impromptu surgery upon Syl. And, yeah, you managed to burn the whole damn place down. As the fire rages, you guys are thinking it's probably about time to get the hell out. And as you're thinking about getting the hell out and turning, you hear very distantly from outside of the church, just on the edge of hearing, the shrill cry of a wrist slayer.
We're hurting them.
Let's go. See if you can find them. Take them down.
I am going to grab. So I forgot her name for a second. Then.
As you grab Syl and the party begins to make their way out of the catacombs, as you head towards the stairs, you hear and feel from a distance an almighty explosion, followed by the shrill cry, multiple cries of wrist slayers. The ground below you shakes, and the church begins to shudder as if an earthquake had happened.
Let's haul ass.
Yes, Oscar?
Before I leave, can I try and salvage my dagger and my hammer?
Yes, you get both your dagger and hammer back. Your dagger, however, has taken a permanent -1 to its damage. It will likely need to be repaired. No, it's just something to remember because it will be corroded by the acid blood of the wrist.
I just want to make sure that Zombo and my tail are with
Zombo.
me.
Zombo's still following you, headless, doing as you please, and you got the whole tail off.
Perfect. Okay, that's all I needed.
Wait, did you get another tail for Zombo?
No, Zombo still has his tail, but I got the tail from the thing that we killed.
Can you put it on Zombo so it will have 2 tails? It'd be super cool.
I don't think it will stick to him.
If you could find the D&D equivalent of duct tape, probably.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay,
I'll
so
steal it for you.
all right. So as you guys walk through the church and to the entrance, you are able to look out upon the midday sun and the village of Fontaine, and in the distance, in the center of town, rises a thick plume of smoke, and fires have broken out around the village center.
Kevlin.
Bucky and the Rebecca.
Bucky and the Rebecca.
And yeah, I was gonna say the girl.
And I like how Bucky gets precedence over the girl.
Oh, Bucky's pretty flammable.
He's wooden.
What are you guys
Yeah.
doing?
You should probably run back to Kevlin.
Yeah.
Okay, so the party runs together back into town. Solgra carrying Syl, using that immense strength that Solgra has, doing it rather flawlessly. As you reach the... Yeah, definitely not an orc. As you reach the center of town, your vision sweeps across the area that you remember from before. The crates, now all aflame, puddles of fire from spilled oil, and in the center of town lie 3 Wrist Slayer corpses. Against a distant wall, you see a bloodied body slumped, leaning against it, and a smaller body crouching over it.
I'm heading there.
I run over while preparing a better berry.
As you get closer, it's easier to see now. It takes a moment through the blood to recognize this body. You see it as the body of Kevlan.
Is he dead?
He is laid, slumped against the wall, covered in blood, not breathing. Rebecca crouches by his side, softly weeping. And that is where we will end session 9.
No!
You bastards.
No!
You absolute bastards.
Bruh.
Will you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Not close the scenario on Roll20. I want to show you after what it looks like for me, because it's all kinds of messed up.
Alright, will do. So that is the end of the session. You have dealt some of... You've not quite finished off Adley's Hope. It's run a bit longer than I expected it to, but I think that's a good place to end it there with that little reveal. And you'll have to wait until next week now to find out the ultimate fate of Kevlan Faustinus.
Oh, he has a last name now?
He had a last name when you met him last week.
Yeah, but we
Didn't
weren't
ask.
listening to him because we didn't like him.
And now he has
Now
family
we-
that will miss him and stuff.
Now that he's
Now
dead,
we like him. Now we like him.
So yeah, that is going to do us for this week. I hope everyone that was hanging out in chat has enjoyed this this episode. We have a bunch of stuff going on in my notifications that I need to read out. So we got some more follows. Whirlwind Hunter, Cider Heel Tests, Hard Knock Dice, Frodo Saggins, Nocturnal 618, Christine Lane, The One Called Tate, and Lurker NR5. Thank you, all of you, for following. Your entries have been logged in the Geeks Codex. Your names collectively will go down in the annals of history as geeks, freaks, and nerds, just like the rest of us. And I really hope you've enjoyed tonight's show. Thanks, everybody that raided. The Briggsy, good to see you again, man. Martas, thank you for the 10 bits. Oh, hey, Cactus Room, thanks for the host with 69 views there. Nice number there.
Nice.
Nice. And Martas with a raid of 6. Super nice to see everybody raiding and jumping in, and I hope you enjoyed it. And with that thrilling conclusion, we will be back next week, and I will be back on Friday and Saturday to do DM prep for session 10. Oh my god, it's been 10 weeks already. And also, look out on our Discord, for we have socials. Join us on Discord and the things. And look out in the future for... I'm going to start doing one-shot games, like once a month for new players that want to try out D&D. So I'll let you know when the time comes for more of that. But until then, this has been the Ebon Death. We have been traumatized. Well, they have. I did it. And... and we'll be back to do it all over again next week. So until then, have a good one, and hope to see you all next time. Adios.